Hey, everybody. What's everybody doing? Living the life to the fullest. Yeah. How's everybody doing today? Or tonight? Hope y'all can hear me well. My glasses. I never got myself a drink. You believe that shit? But I did. Fiction, oopsie. Where's everybody today? Tonight, whatever it is. It's been very quiet today. Not many people's been really talking to me today. Huh. How you doing, brother? It was funny. You just popped in while as I was just sitting there talking to myself, saying, "How are everybody doing today?" At least somebody answered. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually, I'm gonna get a drink because I realized that, I didn't bring a fucking drink. But good. Stay here, chill, let me get a drink. Please don't fall. Just like, no joke, I've spoken to nobody today. Like, you were, like, if it was you today, what do you call it? So no stress. Hang on, chill. Elena's really hating me right now. I'm so upset. It's killing me. It's fucked up that she won't even call and check in on the cats or the fish or anything. And her original thing was she said I could. Originally told me if I wasn't leaving, she would take care of the cats and fish, which I'm not saying I would, but pretty fucking shitty. She hadn't even checked on me. I didn't even care about the house apparently. And all I know is like how she's doing and shit. But I'm the piece of shit right now. I'm back. I did my drink. Even early when I was live, I think you were the only person that stopped in. So, what do you do? So, oh, I did, what the hell did I do? I, um, I got all the car part stuff together, like all like the, like all the dressing, or whatever. Got the ramps next to the car, whatever. Got all my car parts over there. So, got the steel plates, so I'm able to jack up into the car. So tomorrow, I started doing it a lot earlier when it got dark. I thought I can stuff and got everything, all my shit that was scattered. Yeah, when I texted you earlier, that's when I was outside doing my thing. Hey, whoever's watching, what's good? Stay high, stay safe, stay motivated. Let's smoke some pot. Yeah, no, yeah, you got all these phones nowadays. They never stay charged. So I keep these bitches always next to me now. Found out that this charges my phone. If my phone's at like 50% to 30%, this will charge it to 100, and then I'll still have, depending on what, and that's what I'm using for streaming out too. It's like 65 or 55% less or something like that, around about. Third person was there was a third person here, but apparently that wasn't good enough for them to even say hi. Or if they were, somebody pop in and do that in that they could still type. You like my heading? Hang out and vibe, or not, from 9 or until you're tired of vibing with myself. Well, I read that. I didn't did. Oh, I don't. But I don't got. What are you trying to say? Oh, well, you should have came here. Oh no. I don't want to do that. What the fuck? Come on. God damn it. Why the fucking screen white now? This is some bullshit. you hear me now? Oh, thank God. We back. Instead of listening to fucking music. Because we won't.
Manual transmission, the Alliance was capable of 52 miles per gallon on the highway. One of the things about the Alliance that makes it a refined passenger car is the fact that the front bucket seats are mounted on center pedestals, not allowed backseat passengers to put their ankles and their feet under the back and the bottom of the bucket seats and will lie. It actually fit 3 people in the back of these cars, 2 in the front. This was a true 5-seat car. The 1983 Motor Trend magazine gave the Renault Alliance its Motor Trend Car of the Year award. It was the right car for the times. Okay, now it's time to play a little game called What's in the Box. It's 58 Rambling American. It's fucking next. They were moving on the ball joint on that here. This is actually a suspension part for American Motors Beast. Oh, new old stock Rambler horn button. Look at this. How cool. Coins. Here's the coins. Wrigley Spearmint Gum. An old pack. Let's see. Not today. Oh, pencil. City and County of Denver. So it's listed a municipal worker who stole a pencil from work. Figures agency owners are so frugal. The Randall Ranch Junkyard is amazing.
Hell yeah, you're right.
Everything. You see the most popular
much better.
Wagons. And here it is.
I'm pretty sure you can hear about the cars too, right?
And that was launched in 1981. It is based on the bones of the AMC Gremlin, which debuted in 1970. And that was priced at $59.95, making the least expensive full-time all-wheel drive car in the country. Now, the Canvac uses the exact same select-track all-wheel drive suspension and drivetrain as the other Eagle cars, with one exception. The rear drive shaft is 1 foot shorter to accommodate the Canvac's 96-inch wheelbase versus the 108-inch wheelbase used on the larger Eagle vehicles. The Canvac's 4-inch ride height increase was achieved the same way it was on the other Eagle vehicles by extending the drivetrain away from the chassis of the car. That left an unsightly gap between the tire top and the fender lip. So AMC stylists lift up these fender flares. These are made of a unique material patented by a General Electric called Kraton. Most of the time, fiberglass fenders like this will crack and fail in cold weather, not the Kraton. We take these things and twist them up like a pretzel, and they don't crack. Kraton was also used for rocker pedal extensions to match the higher ride height and make it look a little less modern. Inside, the Canvacs are nowhere near as popular as the larger Eagles. You see the seats are all vinyl.
I don't mess with the sound. Before, bro, I didn't do nothing. If you weren't here, I would have probably been live for a whole hour and not realize it.
This one here is the base
So,
while the same spin cluster and panel was used as in larger.
what was your like back when you were a kid, you know, resembling a car with your mom and dad just driving around? What was one of the cars that you remember a lot of?
2 engines were possible. The inline 4 or
And the third person was watching too. What was the car you remember your mom and dad driving around in?
Okay, it's blue, it's
They
small.
did. He
This
kind
is
of
a
like
2.5 liter base 4 with a
wish that was still around.
This is a 151 cubic inch, 88 horsepower inline 4. This also has the optional air conditioning and power brakes. American cars didn't have their own 4-cylinder engine until 1983. That's why they had to source their engines from General Motors. The same engine was also used in the Aero and GMX cars like the Chevy Citation.
Chevy Citation. I remember my dad talking about. I said that's all about his dad. My parents had a Citation. Never experienced being in one.
Successful from a sales standpoint, but they were very good at attracting potential customers into the showroom when they were then upsold into larger Eagle sedans and wagons. If this cab were mine, I think I'd conjure the spirit of the 1971 304 V8 powered Gremlin X. This would pull the Iron Duke four-banger, pop that 8 inside, and of course keep the select track all-wheel drive system. So with 300 horsepower,
I remember because back in the day, you motherfucker, like one of them was my mom and dad. It was like in 2000s. They had a Dodge Aspen. That was the shit. I loved that car.
A Gremlin Levi's Edition. The Levi's Edition Gremlin. These things were announced in 1973 and built for a few years. The magic of these things is inside. These seats and door panels are unmistakable. This is the interior of a Levi's Pack Gremlin. The Levi's Pack essentially was a licensing deal with American Motors struck with Levi Strauss of California, the makers of denim blue jeans, to utilize Levi's-ish upholstery inside the cars. We see here on the seats the Levi's red tag, like on a pair of jeans. And the buttons on the seats are actually embossed Levi Strauss rivets. The cherry on top, on the passenger side door, is this removable pouch that you can take with you, but it's meant to look like a pant pocket on a pair of Levi's. Very cool. These are available between 73 and 78. It's one of the most intriguing licensing deals done in all of automotive history.
How's that?
I see here a checker. A handful of people bought these things. Communists, fascists, people like that. Let's see what they've deposited in the box. Okay.
I'll show you guys the video, but only in trouble.
Now, when I was in high school, we kept our things in Band-Aid boxes. So then you got actual Band-Aid, Mother Nature in this Band-Aid box. Let's see, what else? It's like an early room key. These were actually keys for hotel rooms. And we had a pack of matches here. Something still
stinger there.
Pen, they're kind of cool. You have your Southwest State Bank. Not much in this box, but something's always better than nothing.
But you know one thing I do want to play, and I've been wanting to play it. I miss playing it, and I have to. So, excuse me, I'll enjoy 19 seconds of the life. This individual did a very good job doing what she did. So,
Be the first on your block to get blazed. Just Blaze Clothing Company. And now featuring Shaggy Smokes a Lot.
Word. Boxes are generally on the right-hand side of the road in America. These are all built with the right-hand drive, so the mail carrier can simply reach out the window, stuff your mailbox, and move on to the next one. The vast majority of these things were built with automatic transmissions supplied by Chrysler in the form of the 904 3-speed light-duty torque light. American Motors was always very good at dipping into its parts bin, doing used parts left over from previous vehicles. The shift knob on this is straight out of a late 60s Javelin. While cheap CJs were often available with an optional fiberglass cap which could be removed, all DJs had a steel roof which was built into the body and couldn't be taken off. I do see one option here, and that's the electric fan, which would have blown a little bit of cooling air onto the driver in hot days. And of course, we have the honeycomb headliner right here behind my ear. Now, this one does have a replacement front seat that is much more plush than what would have been factory installed in this thing. Would have been a very basic bucket.
You know the Dodge Dart, before it became a Dodge Dart, did you know it was it was called the Demon?
And the front fenders are shared with the Jeep CJ5. That's where the similarity ends. The DJ5 has a 5-slot grill, very different from American Motors' trademark 7-slot grill. Another detail that makes these radically different from CJ's is the 2-wheel drive. They do have the similar leaf spring front suspension, but instead of a drive axle up front, these have an undriven tube axle. The U.S. Post Office slogan reads, neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom at night will delay your mail. Well, these were all equipped with positive traction rear axles. So during snow, they have a fighting chance of getting through and delivering your mail. Another major difference from the CJ is the DJ5's unit construction. That's right. The light-duty frame members are welded to the bottom of the floor. These are not CJs with body-on-frame construction. They look similar, but they're not. The post office has a great reputation of delivering your mail quickly. So what do we get under the hood? 401V8? Not so fast.
Like 4-cylinder.
Okay, wow. This is kind of weird. This is an Audi-sourced 2-liter carbureted 4-cylinder engine. For the most part, these things were built with AMC 6-cylinder engines. But by the late 1970s, as fuel economy became more and more important, AMC actually turned to 4-cylinder engines like this. Here we see a dual-jet 2-barrel carburetor, no fuel injection yet in 1979. The front here, we see the metal cover for the single overhead cam belt drive. At the rear, there's the ignition distributor sticking out of the top of the head. So these were built with either 6-cylinder engines or inline fours, but never V8s. Even though these DJ5s are 2-wheel drive vehicles, it doesn't mean they have to stay that way. I think I put this one in the hands of Fred and Dave from Dirt Every Day and have them transform it into a what-if all-wheel drive DJ5, and then go rock crawling with it. It'd be cool.
Yeah, but
About 1 in 5 people with fatty liver disease have NASH, which can lead to cirrhosis.
I thought I had fatty liver disease, but it's actually NASH, and it's scarring my liver.
Restifra is the first and only treatment for NASH with moderate to advanced liver scarring without cirrhosis. It works directly in the liver to help reduce scarring and reduce NASH.
Before taking, tell your doctor about liver or gallbladder problems, or if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or plan to be. Serious side effects include liver injury, gallstones, gallbladder, pancreas inflammation. Stop taking it. Call your doctor about tiredness, nausea, vomiting, fever, rash, jaundice, and stomach pain. Tell your doctor if taking gemfibrozone, cyclosporin, clopidogrel, or statins. Side effects include diarrhea, itching, dizziness, constipation. I have a way forward.
Ask your liver specialist to test for scarring and ask about Restifra.
They believed that these garments told the world who we are. The dress became our uniform. And we became an army.
If you want to fight, let's fight together.
Though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we will fear no evil.
Wow. This Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth
Yeah, it's
Tear
she's still there.
has wavy edges that tear so much better. I'm starting to get teary away.
Designed with smooth tear edges, Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better for a smooth, more enjoyable go. Plus, it has more cushiony softness than ordinary squares. Try Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear, voted #1 product of the year.
Take a Pastor station wagon, massive roadhog, big car. Plymouth Sapporo? What is this doing here? This essentially is the Dodge Challenger's Plymouth cousin. This Rambler 550 Classic has a glove box that's ripe for exploration. Let's see what we got. Huh. Box full of air, but it's 1963 air. It's denser, and I can actually smell a little trace of Kenosha, Wisconsin farmland. These cars were built in Kenosha. There's no cattle, a little bit of poultry, and some cheese. So yeah, original factory air in the glove box. What's in the box? Now we know. Spirit SX4, kind of like a Gremlin with a little sexier body. Ooh, a crunched Eagle 2-door coupe. The Jeep Wagoneer, American Motors Classic, debuted in 1962, styled by Brooks Stevens. And next to it, a nice example of Jeep pickup truck. This one's a 73 J4000. A lot of folks don't realize that Jeep made a lot more than CJs and Wagoneers. They made trucks just like this one. In 1970, American Motors purchased Kaiser Jeep for $70 million. One of the first things they did was change the name of these pickup trucks from Gladiator to the J Series. And in a classic case of American Motors hitting them where they aimed, made these trucks an all 4-wheel drive, securing a niche to themselves. This one's an 8-foot bed, longer than the 6-foot bed, which was standard. And this also has something new for 1973, the standard town-side bed. That essentially means that it's double-wall construction. And being a 3/4 ton 4-wheel drive, we're going to see the Dana 60 under the back. That's the same axle that was made famous under heavy coolers and four-speed road runners in the late 1960s and early 70s. Classic 70s avocado green interior. Here's the bench seat, true standard.
Anybody there?
Pickup trucks always have a mechanical oil pressure gauge. There's actually a tube that runs to the engine. It tells you in real time how the oil pressure is and the engine needs oil or is running low on pressure. And this steering wheel, well, it's another great example of American Motors reaching into the parts bin to save costs. This steering wheel is out of the Gremlin and Hornet parts bin. And this one does have the optional automatic transmission with the shift on the column. This was actually supplied by Chrysler. It's a 727 torque plate. And here on the floor, this is the engagement handle for the transfer case to go from two-wheel drive to four-wheel drive. This tells us this truck does not have quadra-track. Quadra-track was the industry's first full-time all-wheel drive. The traditional way of engaging four-wheel drive was to get out of the truck, go to the hubs here, turn these 360 degrees, engage the hub. The worst part is you had to go around the other side of the truck and do it again. So by the time you were back in the cab, your boots were full of snow, water, or mud. By contrast, quadra-track, like on this wagon here, there's nothing to engage. No lockout hub, nothing. It's done automatically. The normal slippage between the front and rear wheels is absorbed by a viscous coupling inside of the transfer case onto the vehicle, but only on quadra-track and only in American Motors Jeep vehicles in the 1970s. The fender emblem here says V8 360. It reminds us that the Gladiator and later J-Series pickups had a number of different engines in the engine compartment. When the Gladiator and its twin, the Jeep Wagoneer, debuted in 1962, they were powered by a new and novel engine, an overhead cam 230 cubic inch 6 called the Tornado. But when American Motors bought Kaiser Jeep in 1970, they finally went with AMC engines under the hood like this 360. Okay, I see this one has the two-barrel carburetor, which means it has 175 horsepower and 285 foot-pounds of torque. 1974 brought the 401 as an option, but this truck's a 73, 1 year too soon. If this Jeep J4000 pickup truck were in my garage, I think I'd restore it right back to stock condition. I'd get the avocado green and frost white paint freshened up, looking good.
You over here right now?
Maybe do a 4-barrel off from extra burn. I keep the torque light, and yes, I'd even keep the manual locking knobs as a reminder of the days when you really had to burn your four-wheel drive experience. Those Western spears on the doors, those are a fabulous option. I'd have a recall.
Oh, there was.
Driving around and find the world with spots for to Jeep four-wheel drive vehicles and CJs and Wagoneers. Rambler Classic, 1964, maybe a 5. Nice, a 55 dash door, 4-door. Wrap around windshield on that, that's cool. 78 Pacer wagon, first year for the wagon. Oh, look at this. V8 emblem on the back. This is a very rare car. We featured Pacers before on Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, but never like this. 1978 was the first year for an optional 304 cubic inch AMC V8, but only 2,514 cars were built with it. The vast majority of Pacers in 78 had the 90 horsepower 232.6 or the 95 horsepower 258 cubic inch 6. None of those was a ball of fire, but the V8 had 120 horsepower. This is a very special car. Pacer debuted in 1975 as a hatchback coupe, and in 1976 was so popular that it outsold the Pontiac Firebird by 70,000 units. But by 1978, well, sales were flattening and something had to be done to refresh the car. That something was a station wagon body. AMC had lengthened the roof, including 5 half-inch stiffening ribs in the roof, and voila, the wagon was born. 33% of this car's surface area is glass. People quickly found that even with air conditioning, you could cook inside of a Pacer. So we have here a fairly uncommon Winwigs at $29.95 option to help keep the occupants cooler. The extra roof line on the wagon gave 24.9 cubic feet of cargo area with the seat folded up and a full 48.3 cubic feet of cargo space with the seat folded down. Keep in mind, before its arrival in 78, Pacer was 6-cylinder powered, and a lot of folks thought the Pacer was underpowered. The V8 addressed that problem, which was Chrysler's 904 3-speed automatic, a good piece. But again, no 4-speeds or 5-speed manuals in Pacer V8s. Speaking of V8, let's check it out. I was 14 years old in 1978 when the V8 was added to the Pacer option sheet, and I thought, like a lot of people, that the tombstone hood and grille was only found on V8 cars. Turns out all Pacers got this. It was a refresh, which was also needed because the V8's larger radiator is missing here, but we can see where the top tank would have said right here, which would have been right in the way of the standard Pacer's flat hood. And in fact, the radiator core support, this piece here, is also V8 only and welded in. And here it is, the AMC 304 V8. This evolved out of the AMC 290 of 1967, and in 1970 moved from 290 to 304 cubes, as we have right here. In the good old days, this engine could have made as much as 230 horsepower, but by 1978, it had been desmogged down to 120 horsepower. But again, with about 240 foot-pounds of torque, there's plenty of power to get this thing down the road. And one detail you'll find under only V8 Pacers is the AMC Model 20 rear axle is larger than Model 15, which was used under 6-cylinder Pacers. Now, 280,858 Pacers built between 75 and 80. Only 3,528 were factory V8 cars. That's like 1 in 80. This is rare. So I have to honor its V8 status. But I think what I do is find a 401 AMC V8 and get a 438 cubic inch stroke kit, pack it into that 401. Instead of Metalrock aluminum silver heads, Metalrock dual plate intake manifold, Poly 754 barrel, and I put that in place of the 304. Back it up with a 6-speed manual transmission, low first gear, double overdrive, and then maybe I'd find a set of Alcoa aluminum Pacer X mag wheels. And Model 20 rear axle with a set of 411 gears to make for a really hard launch. And yes, that Model 20 axle would stay put because it's tough enough. Well, that's it for this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold. We explored how AMC returned from the brink of bankruptcy in 1980 with the Eagle Line all-wheel drive passenger cars. That 73 J4000 reminds us of the days when Jeep built some serious four-wheel drive pickup trucks. From 1978, we saw a super rare V8 Pacer, a 1 in 80 build. And the little DJ5 postal delivery unit reminds us that Jeep played a major role in hauling the mail. The U.S. mail, that is. That's it for this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold. Until next time, hasta mañana. Not so much. These are luxurious cars. Oh, don't go down. But their basic mission was to attract dealers. But their basic mission was to. On this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, it's all about trend-setting Cadillacs. I'm Steve Mignanti, hot rod historian, author, and lover of all things cars. I travel all across the country to uncover the forgotten and hidden gems of the automotive world. This is Roadkill's Junkyard Gold. We're outside of Palmdale, California, at Cadillac King, an all-Cadillac junkyard. As America's premier builder of luxury cars, Cadillac launched many innovations we take for granted today. From powerful V8 engines to revolutionary styling, it's all here. Let's dig in. '63 Fleetwood, 4-door, hardtop. It's a pretty luxurious car. Wow, all these grills of Cadillac's past. You call these the Dagmar front bumper extensions right there after a popular actress in the 1950s. Wow, the 1949 Cadillac. You know what that means? Yes, the almighty 331 cubic inch overhead valve V8. This engine really was a miracle. I dare say that without this engine, Hot Rod Magazine might not be what it is today. Without Hot Rod, we wouldn't have Motor Trend. Without Motor Trend, we wouldn't have Roadkill. And without Roadkill, we wouldn't have Junkyard Gold. The reason is, this engine, in the hands of hot rodders, created a whole lot of stuff to write about. And in fact, Motor Trend Magazine made the 49 Cadillac its first ever car of the year. The magic of this engine, this 331, is its overhead valve construction. By putting the rocker arms and the valves above the cylinder bore, it opened the door to free-flowing intake and exhaust ports. The 331 cubic inch displacement on this thing is achieved through an over-square design. That means that the bore is larger than the stroke. The bore on this is 3.81 inches. The stroke is 3.62. That reduces friction, which allows higher RPM capability. And that, combined with these high-flow cylinder heads, resulted in a really high-performance potential. Now, this engine would eventually grow to 365 cubic inches, then 390, then 429 cubic inches. So this motor had a lot of flexibility. And even at stock trim, this thing made 160 horsepower, 10 more than the flathead it replaced. You see here in the first year, it came with a 2-barrel carburetor. There's the 1 and 2 Venturis. It would eventually go on to single 4 barrels, dual 4 barrels, and even triple 2 barrels as the horsepower race in the 1950s kicked in. Now, the car itself is cool. This is the Series 60 Fleetwood. Now, this shares similar styling with the lesser Series 61 and 62, which are available as 2 doors, 4 doors convertibles. The Series 60 Fleetwood was only available as a 4-door hardtop, like we see here. It's pretty much the luxury version of the 49 Cadillac, short of the Series 75 limousines. Okay, I only see 2 pedals here, the gas pedal and the brake, meaning this one was built with the optional hydromatic transmission, which was a $174 option in 1949. The 3-speed manual was the base transmission, and for 1950, the 3-speed manual was no longer offered in Cadillac. So if you wanted a 3-speed stick in your Cadillac, you had to go 1949, or that was it, unless you were buying a limousine or a commercial chassis. But otherwise, Cadillacs were strictly automatic from 1950 onward. I also see here the new for 1949, a horizontal speedometer. 1948 was a more crescent-shaped affair. This goes to 110 miles per hour. With that V8, Cadillacs couldn't actually go that fast. This Series 60 Fleetwood rides on a 133-inch long wheelbase, 7 inches longer than the Series 61 and Series 62. And all that 7 inches of distance was added here to the back seat so passengers could get in and out more easily. Now, the rear doors reflect something kind of interesting. This is a crescent-shaped filler panel which mimics the shape of the wheelhouse. What do you know? It's exactly 7 inches long. This tells us Cadillac designed this inner door panel to be used on the short wheelbase or the long wheelbase cars. When used on long wheelbase cars, they added this 7-inch long filler, and that's how they got one part to do 2 jobs. Very sharp. Speaking of sharp, tail fin. Nothing is more Cadillac than the tail fin. And these go out of a 1940 field trip that Harley Burl took his designers on to Selfridge Field in Detroit. One of his underlings, a designer by the name of Frank Hershey, saw the Lockheed P-38 Lightning and got out his pen and started sketching. The result was the tail fin, seen here in 1949 for their second year. These fins would grow to absurd heights in 1959 and 60. 1964, final year for the fins, they'd be gone. But these were one of Cadillac's major trademarks in the 1950s. Being a 4-door, this 49 Cadillac Fleetwood isn't quite as desirable as 2-door models. Well, that means collectors won't complain when I modify it. I'd replace the chassis with a more modern rotoring chassis from Chris Halston Chassis Works. I'd use a 4-link rear suspension, and I'd replace the 331 Cadillac V8 with a Caddy 500, keeping it all the family. I'd back it up with a 4L80E 4-speed automatic transmission, and then I'd set it up on a set of aluminum wheels for a 1994 Cadillac Fleetwood. And as for that body, I'd leave it alone. Now, I know there's a whole cliche about pink Cadillacs, but no, they're not for me. I'd go with pewter silver from the 1976 Cadillac Seville. Beautiful color would make this car really stand out. The combination of old retro patina and brand new mechanicals would definitely spin heads. Oh man, totally roasted. This is a 1958 Cadillac Series 60 Special Fleetwood 4-door hardtop, been through a fire, obviously. But this gives us a nice x-ray view at the inner workings of the Cadillac tail fin. Now, when these things are new, it looks like this is all stamped out of one piece of metal. It's beautiful. But the reality is, there's no way you can stamp one piece of metal to become a form like this. It takes several pieces. Not even Cadillac can pull something like that off. So what we see here is the outer quarter panel stamping is one piece of metal, and then the inner structure here is a second piece, which is then welded to the outer panel, and then craftsmen come in and apply lead filler here to hide the seams. But thanks to the fire, now we see the secret of Cadillac's tail fin. Coupe de Ville, sedan again, coupe 2-door, sedan 4-door. 1960 sedan de Villes. This one's been truncated, literally. How cool is this? I love the junkyard. You can learn when you stumble across something like this. This is Cadillac's X-frame, which arrived in 1957, replacing the more traditional perimeter frame. Cadillac saved 475 pounds, but more importantly, the X allowed the floor pan to go down about 2 or 3 more inches so that the body of the car could set down longer, lower, wider. But again, the X-frames were built for Cadillac, but by 1958, Chevrolet, Pontiac, and Buick embraced the X-frame. But check this out, Oldsmobile never embraced the X-frame. They remained traditional perimeter frames all the way through the X-frame time. Now over here we'll see the stencil for A.O. Smith. All you Shelby Mustang fans will remember A.O. Smith was the manufacturer of the 68 and 69 GT350 and GT500 Mustangs for Ford. So A.O. Smith was basically a subcontractor to whatever Detroit carmaker needed their services. On the back of this thing, we'll also see something, the hidden VIN. It's a 1960 car. Very cool. The X-ray under all 57 through 64 Cadillacs right here. Eldorado's new and vintage, about half the size. Front-wheel drive Cadillacs are common in today's world, but in 1967, when Cadillac launched the Eldorado with its front-wheel drive, it was a revolution. No American car had front-wheel drive since the Accord of the 1930s, and while a lot of European cars did have front-wheel drive in the 40s and the 50s and early 60s, they often suffered from vibration, something Cadillac couldn't have. So they remedied the problem by utilizing constant velocity joints up front and redesign the front-wheel drive architecture to move the steering knuckle pivot axis beyond the tire centerline, which then triggered the need for a very unusual set of wheels like this. These are 15-inch diameter by 6-inch wide wheels with a very straight center. You can see here that it has a ton of negative offset, meaning that it pushes the wheel inboard under the car. But that's what was needed to maintain that special relationship between the pivot axis and the drive axle. And with its fresh, sporty styling, the Eldorado actually appealed to younger buyers. This one here is a 1969. We know that because it has exposed headlights. 67s and 8s have hidden headlights. And the hood of the Eldorado is a story unto itself. The Eldorado's body and hood were made by GM's Fisher Body Plant in Euclid, Ohio, and then shipped to Detroit, where the Cadillac Clark Street factory was in final assembly. The hoods on these things are 6 feet 3 inches long, one of the longest hoods on any car ever. In fact, this hood is about as long as I am tall. Where's my toe at? It's about 6'3", right? These hoods were actually too large to stamp in one piece at the GM Fisher plant. So they stamped the right and the left halves and then welded them together to form a one-piece hood. The chrome trim we see in the middle here is nice to look at, but it's also a very handy band-aid to cover up the metalwork. And on the ends, right here, we see actual metalwork done by Cadillac in lead, which is not cracked, and that's the way to do it. Oh yeah, okay, there's the 472 V8, which was in its second year, 1968 at 9. This one here makes 375 horsepower, and you can see right behind it and next to it is the Turbo 425 transaxle, which is all about front-wheel drive. And it's basically like a Turbo 400 automatic, like you find in an SS306 Chevelle or a big Cadillac with rear-wheel drive, but redesigned so that it has a 90-degree turn, so the power is routed to the side of the engine. This Morse chain actually at the rear of that transmission, which was patented by General Motors, and that's the real magic that takes the power and makes it go from sideways to forward. Now, the engine compartment on this thing is much longer than it needs to be. These cars were designed for a V12 engine. In the early 60s, Cadillac had a V12 program called the V-Future engine. And the idea was that ever-increasing V8 engines were going to be inefficient. What the idea you see is the right and left exhaust pipes head down toward the back of the car. You would think that this car would have dual exhaust, right? Nope. They merged into a common muffler and it feeds out the back with a single exhaust pipe. Cadillac was all about silence and style and performance, but dual exhaust was a good way to disturb the occupants inside. So no dual exhaust on Eldorados, ever. The major selling point and the final dream of a lot of interior designers is the Eldorado's perfectly flat floor, made possible by the
Hi, Frankie.
And from the front to the back, there's no trace of a transmission or drive shaft tunnel. This thing is billiard table flat. Again, something no other American car achieved, except for the Eldorado's little cousin, the Oldsmobile Toronado. Not even the Chevy Corvair, which was rear engine, could claim a flat floor. Now, this one does have room for 3 up front. Sportier-minded buyers could choose individual bucket seats and a center console with a floor shifter. And as much as I'd like to believe it, they never made a 4-speed manual muscle car Eldorados. Would have been cool, but every one of these things wasn't automatic. After all, they are Cadillacs, and of course, they're loaded with gills, power windows, power steering, power seats, air conditioning, even the kitchen sink. It was all standard in Eldorado. And something you'll only find on Eldorado on the passenger side is not one, but 2 door release handles wide. Well, that's for taxi passengers. Without the rear release, they'd have to jump over the front seat or beg to be released from the car. Little details like this made the Eldorado stand out. This particular Eldorado is more tasteful in my book. It doesn't have the optional vinyl top, and it's one of about 8% of the
That's why I can't
1969
find my
Indian
letter.
cotillion white. Now, 1969 was a banner sales year for Cadillac with over 267,000 cars sold. That was 3 times the combined total of Lincoln and Imperial combined. And of those cars, 23,333 were Eldorados. But if this were mine, I think what I would do is change nothing. I would just basically get it running again because these cars don't bring much money. You can spend $80,000 to sell it for $9. But one change I would absolutely make is I'd add dual exhaust, something Cadillac should have done from day one. That way, the 375 horsepower might blossom to 400, and we could do even wilder front-wheel drive burnouts.
Yeah.
Love how the evolution of the taillight, vertical tail lamps on Cadillacs, pretty much a styling trend and a trait that you see on all of them. So many different ways exposed, but there it is, the straight up and down blade-like design. This 1967 Cadillac Eldorado is the first of the breed. You see here, the front fenders have these body-colored caps in them, giving a real arrogant but stylish look. Well, check this out. In 1968, the very same fender was used on the Eldorado. The metal cap went away and was replaced with this, a clear lens. So in hindsight, we know that the stylists and the designers of the Eldorado knew they had to make the same fender last for several years, so they made it look differently in 67 with the body plug, knowing that for 68 they'd be adding the light. So even Cadillac had to economize in their tooling. For its first 6 decades, the motto at Cadillac was bigger is better, and they built some of the world's largest automobiles. That all changed in the 1970s. The federal government wanted smaller, more fuel-efficient cars. So they brought out the Seville, Cadillac's first mid-sized car.
Can't believe there's nobody here right now.
1976 and 1979.
I just want to say fuck all you guys.
Inches shorter and 1,000 pounds lighter than a typical sedan developed at the time. The Seville's development program started in December of 1973, and a mere 16 months later, the first finished Sevilles were running off the line. How did they do it so fast? Well, they started with the Chevy Nova. But don't think that the Seville is just a Nova with a tuxedo. It's actually a radically different car that all starts with the bodywork. Cadillac gave the Seville what they called sheer styling. They got rid of all the fins and all the glitz of the earlier days and took things back to a very sensible and austere theme, yet with a lot of elegance, and gave the Cadillac really European lines. In fact, the Cadillac's lines influenced Detroit and most of the world's automakers for a good 10 years. This one was in 1976. It had a vinyl top. The roof was essentially a Nova stamping, but with special C-pillars welded on. That's why first-year Sevilles had mandatory vinyl tops to hide the surgery scars where the body panels were welded together. Inside the Seville is no Nova. Instead, soft surfaces abound. The headliner, the door panels, the carpeting. And this one has the standard velour front seats. Leather was optional. Every bit of this car was luxury, just smaller. Also, those came with automatic transmissions, power steering, power brakes, cruise control, air conditioning, power windows, power door locks, power remote mirrors. All those things were standard equipment. And that's how Cadillac justified the Seville's $12,479 base price, which was $2,100 more than an Eldorado, which was the biggest Cadillac you could get. Yes, Cadillac charged more for less, but it wasn't less. It was actually more value, and that value continues under the hood. The Seville was America's first car with standard electronic fuel injection. Now, Cadillac had a 425 cubic inch V8, but it was too thirsty for the job. So, Cadillac reached out to Oldsmobile and utilized its 350 small block. But Cadillac designed the fuel injection with help from Bendix, and here we see it. And there is the 2 Venturi throttle body, which is a dry flow unit. This is a speed density system, by the way, fairly basic but functional. And then there are 8 fuel injectors with fuel rails that go right into the intake ports. Power for this engine is 180 horsepower, 10 horsepower more than the old 350 with a 4-barrel carburetor. 0 to 60 acceleration was 11 seconds. And best of all, fuel economy was about 21 miles per gallon on the highway. So Cadillac achieved the objective of good performance and good fuel economy. Because the Seville is based on the Chevy Nova, there were some rough spots that had to be ironed out. One of them is the Chevy Nova's front subframe. There were some vibrations and harmonics they had to get rid of. And how they do it? With shock absorbers. I've never seen this in any car before, but here they are. Miniature shock absorbers that are mounted diagonally between the front subframe and the inner fenders, one on each side, These were one of the ways that Cadillac refined the Chevy Nova for Cadillac beauty, and there's more of that shortly. Back here, Cadillac took the Nova to term school by covering all the painted and even tarred surfaces of the Nova with carpeting on all horizontal and vertical walls, but once gave the trunk a nice refined look. And even the trunk hinges were covered up. You can see here this vinyl covering. There's the Nova hinge, can't fool me. But again, they added a lot of refinement to the Cadillac trunk compartment, and at the back, the wraparound taillights are strictly Cadillac. Critics like to say that Cadillac should have named the Seville Avon, which is Nova spelled backwards. Well, if the Seville is just a Nova, then a Mustang is just a Falcon. These are great cars. I love them. In fact, the Seville was awarded Motor Trend Magazine's Car of the Year. These cars were very popular. Between 1976 and 1979, 215,659 were sold. Because it's based on the Chevy Nova, we know the Seville has great bones for drag racing and high-performance use. So I leave it alone externally, painted silver, make it look as elegant as it can. But take that 350 olds out, put in a Cadillac 500, and then I fill the 200 horsepower shot of nitrous just in case for a total of 700 horsepower. And then I'd rename this thing the Un-Seville and go looking for suckers driving BMWs and Mercedes.
What makes a trip unforgettable? Then you know it when you feel it. Make memories with Get Your Guide. Unforgettable travel experiences.
My nose is about to experience joy like it never had before.
These are so irresistible.
It smells like drinks coming true.
You like how your house smells so good.
Did you know that games and beats have a technology that activates as you move? A fresh little burst of scent.
The scent just keeps getting better. I smell delicious.
Go to the store and smell it for yourself.
With a simple squeeze.
And then come back to the studio and tell me how it's right.
TurboTax Free Edition, 37% of farmers qualify. Simple forms and 4 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax.
You out there. Would you like to smoke some weed? Yes, I'm talking to
I
you.
look different.
Yo,
I play different.
Folks, it is the wild west of schools. This isn't a normal world. I think it doesn't have a accident. And they become a lifestyle. Look, here's a state treasure.
Representing Nebraska has meant everything to me.
The greatest defense ever played a game.
But we've given them an opportunity to dream.
Stacked headlights only seen for about 4 years in the mid-60s, kind of like a sweet flirtation with them. Pontiac was first with stacked headlights. Kind of weird for Cadillac to follow Pontiac. Generally, Cadillac would set the trends and the rest of the divisions would follow along. The unmistakable sight of a torpedo-backed Cadillac 49 or 50, 1949. Here it is, the very first overhead valve, two-door Cadillac fastback. This is basically an STS-V Cadillac of 1949, but this thing right here is part of the hydroelectric power windows. This motor here would turn, and on the bottom would be a glass reservoir filled with hydraulic fluid. So how does it work? Well, let's go back to our 49 four-door that we saw earlier in this episode and take a look. The electric motor pressurizes the hydraulic fluid, which then runs to these hydraulic pistons in each door. These connect to the bottom of the window, and when you get the electric switch, the pump goes on, the pressurized liquid forces the window to go up, and when you want the window to come down, because these pistons only work one way, these two springs then come into play to drag the window back down when the pressure is released. Now, Packard was first with power windows in 1940. Cadillac adopted it in 1947 only on convertibles, but by 1949 it was an option on two-doors and four-doors like this one. Look at this little drive shaft. This Cadillac's double carding joint rear U-joint right there. And this is how Cadillac produced some of the drive shaft rumble and noise you can find in the Chevy or Pontiac or Buick even. This here double carding joint was pretty expensive. Only on Cadillacs, front and rear. Triple 400 transmission right there. Same tranny used in Corvettes, Chevelles, GTOs from 67 on up. Good transmission, although for Cadillac, it would recalibrate the valve body for a softer shift. Second generation Eldorados, 1979 through 85. Smaller, still front wheel drive. Oh, and when you see the cigarette patch on the top of the valve covers, you know you're looking at a Cadillac L62. Now today, displacement on demand is not uncommon. Chrysler Hemi V8s, General Motors LT1s all have the ability to go from V8 to V4 power to save gas. Well, it's not something new. 1981, Cadillac introduced the L62 modulated displacement V8, V6, V4, and we have one of them right here. Now these were built to help Cadillac meet CAFE regulations. CAFE stands for Corporate Average Fuel Economy, and they started in 1978. The federal government said all car makers had to add up their fleet fuel economy average and divide it out. If it was more than 18 miles per gallon, they got fined. So Cadillac got brave and came out with the L62. It works like this. Underneath the cigarette packs, which are essentially clearance towers on the valve covers, are electro solenoids, and they're positioned over the 1 and 7 cylinders and the 4 and 6 cylinders on the driver's side bay. They're run by a computer, so when these are activated, they take the rocker arms off their fulcrums, which then causes the valves to not open and close. The pistons continue to move up and down, but the air is trapped in the cylinder by the closed valves and becomes an air spring. Meanwhile, the fuel injectors are shut off to those cylinders, which stops fuel flow and improves fuel economy. Now, when this engine's in V8 configuration, it makes 140 horsepower and about 265 foot-pounds of torque, which is not a lot. But again, this engine is based on Cadillac's 368 6-liter engine, which is part of the big Cadillac engine family. And in fact, this engine shares the same 4.06-inch stroke as the 425, the 472, and the 500, but with a smaller 3.8-inch bore, bringing it down to 6 liters. But again, when this is down into V6 mode, it displaces 276 cubic inches, and as a V4, it displaces 184 cubic inches. The only problem with this is the computer used to run these solenoids lack the processing power to handle all load situations. A lot of customers would complain about bucking, go back to their dealership, and in the end, most dealers would disconnect the system with a single wire. But the objective was met. Well, enough about the engine. The car it's in is just as exciting. This is a 1981 Eldorado Vita Red, and it's a member of the second generation Eldorado family, which was made between 1979 and 1985. These cars were designed by a fellow named Wayne Cady, who utilized the original 67 Eldorado for inspiration. You can see here he retained the original blade-style front fender end caps, chiseled lines, and dignified grille. There's no mistaking this car for anything. There's no mistaking this thing for anything other than Cadillac, but it's a whole lot smaller. The second-gen Eldorado is a full 1,150 pounds lighter, and on its 114-inch wheelbase, it's a foot shorter. And as always, it's a front-wheel drive car. Now, this one being a Via Ritz is a very cool roof. For an extra $2,937, the Via Ritz included this brushed stainless steel roof cap. This pays tribute to the original 1957 Eldorado Chrome, which pioneered the stainless steel rooftop. It's a very cool throwback detail. The Via Ritz package also included plenty of upgrades inside of the car. Oh yeah, look at these seats. These plush pillows that we see on top aren't added on, they're actually integrated into the seats. All the wood grain on the dashboard is Via Ritz equipment, plush 10 Pico carpeting, and like all Eldorados with the front-wheel drive, this one has a perfectly flat floor. And here in the center, only on cars equipped with an L62, is the MPG Sentinel. You see here the 3 buttons. One says instant average fuel economy, 1 miles per gallon reset, and on the right, active cylinders. This button here, you push that one, and no, it doesn't turn the engine from V6 to 4 to V8. Rather, it lets you look inside and see what mode it's in. The mile per gallon Sentinel being mounted right in the middle of the dashboard lets you know how important fuel economy was during the time this car was built. And unlike that 69 Eldorado we saw earlier with the dual door handles, well, for the second generation cars, they reverted to single handles, eliminating the backseat passengers' ability to jump out. However, the car is smaller and shorter, thus a little bit easier to reach up front to get out from that. Cadillac met well with the L62 modulated displacement engine, and it wasn't an option. Get this, it was standard equipment on all 1981 Cadillacs, except for those few cars ordered with the optional diesel V8 or gas V6. In total, just about 174,000 1981 Cadillacs were built with this engine. And while it wasn't a market success, we have to give Cadillac credit for trying. I think what I do is take this car, spiff it up, get it running again, and then drive around showing the world that displacement on demand started with Cadillac. That's all from Cadillac King. We saw how Cadillac kick-started the post-war V8 era and introduced front-wheel drive to the luxury car market. We also saw how Cadillac met the challenges of the energy crisis with the mid-size 1976 Seville and the multi-displacement V4 V6 V8 of 1981. Although BMW, Lincoln, and Mercedes-Benz may beg to differ, still going strong in its 12th decade, Cadillac remains the standard of the world. Until next time, hasta mañana.
I still like my wheels.
All hail Cadillac King! Toyota, Seville, Mercedes and Lincoln, BMW bow before me like rest. Hot quiz. What's the most popular Dodge of them all? If you answered Charger, you are correct. On this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, we're Steven's performance charting the evolution of the mighty Dodge Charger. I'm Steve Mignonti, hot rod historian, author, and lover of all things cars. I travel all across the country to uncover the forgotten and hidden gems of the automotive world. This is Roadkill's Junkyard Gold. We were in Anderson, Alabama at Stevens Performance, an all-full car yard with over 3,000 cars spread out over 58 acres. On this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, we're exploring the evolution of the Dodge Charger. When the Charger arrived in 1966, it totally transformed Dodge's image from makers of practical transportation to leaders in the muscle car field, something that continues to this day. '70, Plymouth Satellite or Belvedere four-door. 69 Charger, gotta love it. Highway headlights are gone, but there's no mistaking a Charger. F-code 318-2 barrel, not a performance model. 1969 Charger. 1970 Roadrunner in Citroen Yellow. What are you doing in the junkyard? Oh, here it is, man. That fastback body is unmistakable. This is the beginning of the Dodge Charger dynasty. It's a 1966. And this is actually the first Chrysler product since the 1942 DeSoto with standard hideaway headlamps. They're pretty elaborate pieces. Big die castings with electric motors that rotate in and out of position. And while the Charger was based on the Dodge Corvette, its base price of $3,122 was $418 more than the Corvette, which makes it, in today's dollars, about $4,000 more. So there was a lot of unique stuff baked into every Charger, more than just that roof. There were four possible engines under the hood of the 66 Charger. None was a six-bagger. It began with the 318 pump, the two-barrel, moving up to the 361 big block with the two-barrel. Above that, the 383 four-barrel, and at the very peak, the 426 street heavy. What have we got here? Drum roll, please. Give me a heavy. Okay, no heavy, but we do have the heavy radiator. This is the 26-inch wide unit with 3 rows of cores. And this is because this has air conditioning. But this one is the 383 four-barrel. I see the AFB. This is made by Clark, and AFB stands for four barrel. Now, this one's very original. It has the original tag on it, 4130S, which is the part number for this carburetor when used on a 383 in a Charger with an automatic. Something kind of cool, too, is the unsilenced air cleaner. This thing right here, which was first seen in 1962 on 361s, and in 1966 or so, also was used on slant sixes. But again, with a different base plate to suit the four-barrel, this unsilenced air cleaner is correct to this R. Something I'm not too crazy about is the optional air conditioning. Now, the fastback roof on Charger does become kind of a greenhouse on hot days. It gets pretty hot, so a lot of these cars were ordered with air conditioners. The only downside is Chrysler's air conditioning unit was kind of big. This is a cast iron V-twin with pistons, and it's basically like a miniature Harley-Davidson engine, except it's driven by a pulley, not gasoline. By contrast, General Motors cars use something called the A6, a Frigidaire unit, which was actually a cylindrical piece with 6 switch plates, which served as the pistons inside of this. But it was lighter, smaller, quieter, and didn't use as much horsepower as this V-twin pump that Chrysler used did. So this thing here adds probably 70 pounds to the nose of the car, and it draws 10, 15 horsepower when it's being used on a hot summer day. And this car does have manual drum brakes, and keep in mind the power booster was an option, but this will have drum brakes only in 66, 67. The disc brakes finally made the option sheet on Dodge Charger. So this car will have 10-inch drums on front. Okay, inside the Dodge Charger is a feast for the eyes. Let's check that out. Inside, every Charger came with an electroluminescent instrument panel. Now on the front, you see that the standard gauges here, including a tachometer, were standard on Charger, even the 318 two-barrel. But on the backside of this, there are no light bulbs, except for the ones with blinkers. But ordinarily, these gauges are illuminated by small bulbs, like on a Coronet or a lesser Dodge. Not here. Instead, the electroluminescent system uses radioactive paint, which is excited by an amplifier to glow at night, kind of like the wristwatch, but very crisp, very clear, and an excellent touch. It's standard on all Chargers, but the only downside to it was on cars with automatic transmissions right here, the indicator was also electroluminescent. Here's the unit right here. There's no bulb. If you spilled a drink on that, you could short the system out, which got to be kind of expensive. And of course, all Chargers in 66 and 7 came with bucket seats up front, and in 66, bucket seats in the back and a full-length console. Another detail we see for 66 only is this steering column, which is non-collapsible. For 1967, you would have a waffle effect here, so that if the steering box was hit up front with force, it would collapse rather than sending the steering column into the car. But the real story of Charger is its fastback body. Charger wasn't Chrysler's first fastback. That would have been the Plymouth Barracuda of 1964. But what Dodge did with the fastback Charger was base it on the Coronet B-body midsize platform. That way, it wouldn't steal sales from the compact A-body Barracuda. While the Charger shares the Coronet's 117-inch wheelbase and P-body platform, it's almost totally unique. It does share the hood, fenders, and door skins, but otherwise, the roof, rear quarter panels, and trunk are totally unique to Charger. In fact, the Charger's rear wheel openings are full size versus the semi-skirted wheel openings seen on the backs of Coronets. Of course, the big glass window here does generate some heat, so all Chargers have these rubber vents here, which allow heat to escape, and when you're going down the road and have the vent windows open, the air flows right through here and keeps the interior nice and cool. Of course, the trunk lid is smaller and narrower than a Coronet, which was a much larger piece of metal, and Chargers do have a unique fold-down lower floor, so you can put plywood and long bits of cargo in the back of the Charger, as long as it fits underneath this panel. And a finishing touch seen on all Chargers is a full-width red taillight with the word Charger in metal letters going all the way across. It's missing on this car, but from the front or the back, you couldn't miss a Charger coming down the road. Now, Charger sales were 37,300 units in 1966, but unfortunately, the public didn't quite get it. For 1967, sales tumbled to 15,788 units, just about 50%. So Chrysler did a rethink for 68. We'll talk about that a little later on. But these Chargers are amazing cars, and in my book, as the first Chargers, this one deserves to be, well, modified. I think what I do is get an Elephant 1,000 horsepower crate motor from Mopar Performance, back it up with the Torque Flight 8, and I grab a brand new Charger, independent rear suspension, and go right underneath that flat load form. And then I put some Demon 17-inch wheels with minnow drag radials all the way around, and give this retro Charger a modern spin. 1969 Charger, a 71 Plymouth Roadrunner. See the logo on the dashboard. 71 was an all-new year for the fuselage body and probably a 383 card. Oh, what is this? Okay, this is the 383 sticker on the front fender, and it is upside down. That looks to be very original. That's not a reproduction piece. That's ancient, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if that was applied at the factory. Belvidere, Illinois, Lynch Road, and Hamtramck, Michigan. Those factories where they built these cars were, well, not known for quality control. In fact, Chrysler never really had a great reputation at this point in time for quality control. So I would not be surprised if this upside-down sticker was applied at the factory and either not noticed by the buyer, or maybe they had a sense of humor and decided to keep it. That is weird. Oh yeah, second-gen Charger, 1969, and it's an RT. That, of course, means we're looking at the muscle car version. And in the case of this 1969 Charger RT, this would have had either a 440 or the Hemi under the hood. Now, this is a great example of the second-generation Charger, which arrived in 1968. Unfortunately, the first-gen 66 and 67 fastbacks didn't sell very well. So Dodge went back to the drawing board and came up with what they call the Coke bomb styling, made famous by the Dukes of Hazzard, Steve McQueen, and Bullitt, and any number of heroes on the drag strip and streets all over the country. And these cars arguably are more popular than the fastbacks, and I get it. But at the same time, when Dodge restyled these cars, they also decontented them. The price dropped by $114 from 67 fastback to the 68 Coke bomb car. And part of that came down to replacing a lot of the metal parts with plastic. A great example is the grille. Charger still had standard hideaway headlights, but instead of the big metal canisters with electric motors, they decontented them too. Fixed headlights with plastic doors that open and close. The headlight doors are operated by vacuum motors, and you see on the firewall hole with those rubber lines which come from the headlight switch to the vacuum motor. For 1970, Dodge went to electric motors, and that hole went away. So a little spotter's guide for the junkyard. Now this one, being an RT, does have the standard front sway bar, still here. Big torsion bars on this one, .92s instead of the .88s used on small block and 383 cars. And we also see this one has S77 power steering for even $100. And something I'm not so high on myself is the H51 air conditioning unit for $357. Now you couldn't get the air conditioning with the Heavy, so we know this car was born a 440. Brakes on Chargers came in one of three sizes. Let's take a look. Standard Chargers came with 10 by 2-inch front drums. That would be cars with a 318, with a 383 2-barrel or 4-barrel. But for the extra $352 you paid for the RT, you graduated to 11 by 3-inch front drum brakes. Now, if you look at the construction of these brakes, they're actually a one-piece casting versus the multi-piece stampings that are welded together on the 10-inch drums. So these heavy-duty brakes are also known as police brakes. And being a one-piece casting, they're less prone to heat warping, and are actually much better than the 10-inch drums seen on base cars. But for an additional $50.51, this car was born with B51 power disc brakes on front. And these are the ultimate front brakes on a Charger. Now, proving this is an RT, it comes down to the VIN. To verify an RT muscle car, we want to see XS29. We got it here. Basic Chargers read XP29. And in the fifth spot, L marks the 440 Magnum. If we saw a J there, it would be striking some gold with the 426 Street Hemi. Another area where we see decontenting on the Gen 2 Charger is the instrument cluster. Unlike the electroluminescent system we saw on the 66 and the metal face, for 68, they went to bulbs once again and plastic fascias on the dashboard. This one does have something pretty cool. This is the N85 Tick-Tock Tack, which cost $50.15. Essentially, in a left-hand pod, you had a 6,000 RPM tachometer with a clock built in. And like the first generation Charger, the second gen Charger came standard with front bucket seats, but the center console was now relegated to optional status. This one did have it as the remains of the brackets on the drive shaft tunnel. So this car once had buckets and a floor shifted automatic. Here's the original steering column, which included collapsible technology, and it probably saved a few lives. Well, as much as Dodge decontented the interior and the details of the Charger, they really got the body right. Folks call this the Coke bottle style, with these kind of hips in the back that really emphasize the rear wheel openings and give the car a ready to pounce kind of a look. But this one, being an RT and not a Daytona or a Charger 500, has the tunneled flying buttress type rear window. It looks great, but again, not so great on NASCAR super speedways. The biggest gimmick of all was this gas cap. Instead of a basic filler, they came up with this, the pop top. Essentially, it's a hinged cap, a trim piece, and a hole stamped into the top of the quarter panel. This one detail right here, for a small investment, got more people talking about the Gen 2 Charger than all of the unique features of the first generation Charger combined. This thing right here helped make the Charger a star. Now this one, being an RT, does have the tail stripe. You can see here where the remnants of it have faded away into history. But if you didn't want the RT stripe, you could go with the option V88, which eliminated the stripe and gave you a lower profile. But Dodge replaced the stripe with an RT emblem, a metal emblem, right here on the quarter panel. But again, the Charger RT, the Coronet RT, the Super B, and the Dodge Dart GTS were all members of the Dodge Scat Pack, the cars with the bumblebee stripes, seen right here. Now the axle on the ground here is an 8 3/4, and this would have been the axle that would have come with the 440 automatic. If this car had the 4-speed, you would have had a Dana 60 rear axle here with a bigger 9 3/4 inch ring gear. And all of them were built with short grip, which essentially was Chrysler's term for pause traction. Both tires would turn when you hit the gas. But on the 8 3/4 axle, this one here in the RT, you paid an additional $42.35 for the D91 short grip. In other words, pause traction was not standard on RTs. You paid money for it. One thing's kind of cool here is we get a look at the RT springs. They're asymmetrical, meaning that the right-hand spring has 5 leaves plus 2 half leaves to stiffen the front half of the spring, acting like a traction bar. The left spring, the driver's side, has 6 leaves, and it's not asymmetrical. The idea is that when you hit the gas, the rear axle wants to lift the right rear tire. The extra half leaves on the right-hand side counter that, and both tires grip evenly, seen only on RT models. In 1969, 85,680 Chargers were built. Of them, just 19,298 were RTs, the 440 or the Hemi. That's a big number, and it's a small number. In my book, this is a special car which deserves to be restored. So I think what I'd do is I'd find another 440 Magnum. I wouldn't worry about numbers matching status, but I'd back it up with a torque flight automatic transmission. Put some 355 gears in that 8 3/4, make it a short grip, and then I'd round it off with a set of W21 5-spoke Magnum 500 wheels. Now keep in mind, a lot of guys like to run the rally wheels that had holes, but they didn't arrive until 1970, so they'd be incorrect. It's 1969 Charger RT. And it's a special car and a great example of the second generation Dodge Charger.
I put curing hepatitis C on my today list.
Epclusa treats all types of chronic hepatitis C with a 98% cure rate. Epclusa is one pill once a day for 12 weeks. If you've had hepatitis B, it may flare up and cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B, liver or kidney problems, HIV, and all medicines and supplements you take. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Most common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor about Epclusa today.
Bounty Roll lasts longer, so you can tackle
Apple sauce and avocado, berries, butter, coffee cream, crispy fingers, scrambled eggs, and empanadas red and green. Fettuccine, grits and gravy, even hummus ice cream too. Come on and charge some kimchi, lemonade, and cheesy new.
It is 4 rolls in one, so it lasts longer and proves that the roll never runs out.
Oh, nachos up and pumpkin dipped and pumpkin whipped with butter, bladder, sneezes, Taco Tuesday, outside that whipped in the Lewin waffles, extra sauce, and yogurt, TV, mommy, snacks, and cinnamon.
Bounty, quicker picker up.
Hey Google, let's go.
Take your own Acura ADX with available Google Built-in, crafted to match your energy.
Welcome to Encounters, soft wildlife. Explore ancient volcanoes and swimming with whale sharks or chasing sunsets along the equator. Check off your bucket list with Aqua Expeditions. The funny thing about Chargers is from 1966 through 1970, there was no functional cold air hood. By contrast, across the hall over at Plymouth Roadrunner, 1969 brought something called the N96 air grabber hood. The first version is seen here. When you see mesh grills instead of the plastic vents on top of the hood, you know you're looking at a functional cold air hood. For $55.30, this setup had a fiberglass box underneath, which encircled an orange oval air cleaner and brought cold air to the 383 or the Hemi in the Roadrunner or the 440 in the GTX. In 1970, Plymouth changed things up. The hood was flat with a power dome in the middle, but when N96 air grabber was ordered, you got this, an opening door, which opened up with a vacuum motor to suck in cold air to feed the engine, but around town, it lay flat like a sleeper. The price on this was $65.55, about $10 more than the simpler 1969 setup. But here's the irony. From 1966 through 1970, the Dodge didn't have a functional cold air hood. That wouldn't arrive until 1971. Go figure. Very cool. A couple of third-generation Chargers. These arrived on the scene in 1971. They were built between 71 and 74. And unlike the 68 through 70 Coke bottle or flying buttress style, these are known as the fuselage style body. The wheelbase shrank from 117 to 115 inches. These Chargers were pretty popular, although they were built at the declining days of the muscle car boom. But on this one, I do see the louvered taillights and the blacked out trunk telling us this is a Rally. The Rally was introduced in 72 to replace the RT and the Super B of 1971. And in 72, the Rally was the hot dog, the big one. And something I see here too is pretty cool are the M42 decorative exhaust tips. These cost all of $22.95. And these were first seen on 1971 Hemi cars, six-pack cars, but they're a very cool indicator that under the hood is something bigger and badder than the 318 two-barrel, which would have had just a single exhaust pipe and no adorned tips. But those are cool. It's amazing they're still here. Now, we'll find out what's under the hood of this one in a minute, but something we see here is the gas cap. As Dodge simplified the Charger for 71 through 74, the pop-top gas cap went away, and in its place, the gas cap was hidden by the license plate, as we see right here. Now, with these dual exhausts, we could be looking at something as hot as a 446-pack. Two of those were built in 1972. Is this one of them? Well, we go inside to find out what transmission backs up this V8 and we'll learn more. Give me a pistol grip 4-speed. No pistol grip. This one has the column shifted automatic, the least exciting of them all, but that's okay. The 727 is a great transmission. What we don't see in this car is bucket seats. The third generation Charger from 71 through 74 is the first one not to offer standard front bucket seats. Also, the center console was an extra cost option, so this one here is the base interior. Although it does have something cool. This here is the S84 top wheel. For an extra $31, you got this. This first appeared in the 1970 Challenger and Barracuda. It's a smaller diameter wheel with a cushioned leather-ish grip and aluminum spokes in the center-mounted forward butt. Nice to see it in this car. Now, being a rally, I also do see the standard issue rally instrument cluster with a 150-mile-an-hour speedometer, and gauges for oil pressure, fuel, alternator, and temperature. The standard Charger instrument cluster would have idiot lights and a horizontal ridden speedometer that only ran to 120 miles per hour. So again, it's a little bit optimistic, but nice to see the idea that it pays 150 miles per hour in this car. Now, the engine in this car could be one of a few. Being a rally, this will have a V8 for sure. No slant sixes in the rallies, but it'll be a 318, a 340, a 360, or a 400, or a 440. Let's go see. Okay, well, this kind of gives it away. 340 Magnum, so I'm going to guess, yes, this is a 340 car. And the dome hood we see on this one is part of the rally package, as are the hash marks on the doors. Again, special stuff only seen on rallies. Now, one thing you could not get after 1971 on a Charger was the ram air foot scoop. Gone in 72 and 73 and 74. But a cool piece, this hood is. Okay, let's open her up and see if that 340 is still there. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Now, the thing about the 340 is that it was originally designed for 1968 for use in A-bodies, Dodge Darts, Plymouth Barracuda, smaller and lighter cars. It's not a lot of torque, not a lot of cubic inches, so when you put this smaller engine into the 72 Charger, which is a bigger vehicle, well, the power-to-weight ratio isn't that good. But the good thing about the 340 is that it generally skirted the insurance surcharges that would have hammered buyers of this car who were younger and bought the car with the 440 and the 400. So the 340 was a good little engine. Now, it made 240 horsepower, which is a full 90 horsepower more than the base 318, which made 150. The difference between them was a hotter camshaft, a 4-barrel thermal blood carburetor, and large valve, large port cylinder heads. Now, this one here is very original looking. The engine's blue, but the air cleaner is orange. What's that about? Well, that's the correct presentation. The 340 was a great little engine. It cost all of $209.70, more than the 318, and that is why we saw the dual exhaust on this car. Now, one thing we don't see on this car is the hidden headlights. In fact, the third generation Charger was the first Charger not to come standard with hideaway headlights. You paid extra. As mundane as the 72 Charger was, a lot of them sold. In fact, a total of 75,594 people bought 72 Chargers, but of them, only 4,531 were rally performance models. That makes this a pretty rare car. But the downside is it's a 340 automatic on the column, so it's not that compelling. If it was a 400 4-speed car, well, you have to restore it back to factory stock. But I think what I do with this one is pay tribute to the fact that 1972 was the year that NASCAR king Richard Petty abandoned his Plymouth Roadrunner and went into a 1972 Dodge Charger. So I think what I do is do a replica of Richard Petty's Charger right down to the STP sponsorship that he picked up when Plymouth got out of NASCAR racing. So in it blue, paint it a little bit of red, put a 43 on the side, put a big 440 on the hood, big wheels and tires, and turn it into a sweet toy replica of King Richard Petty's NASCAR stalker.
One of the commanders. How are you, buddy?
The many little details that separate Chargers from Chargers, the rear side marker lights are one of them. In 1968, Chargers had a little circle, 69 and 70, a rectangular marker that would have been this hole right here. When the third generation Charger came out in 71, we see this body-colored dual horizontal affair. This was used for 1 year only. When the third generation Charger went to 1972, that was replaced by a surface-mounted rectangular plastic lens that went right here. And these were used on other Mopars from 1972 onward. So there are lots of little details that separate one Charger from another. Coronet RT with the original aqua paint and the bumblebee stripes still in place. 67 Satellite 4-door, 4 headlights. 66 Belvedere with 2 headlights. 69 or so Charger. 79 Dodge Magnum. This is the final stop for the B-body platform. And this, wow, this is a 77 Dodge Charger SE. Now, the Charger, fourth generation, appeared in 1975 and was kind of schizophrenic. There were two versions. The basic Charger had a squarish body with a square grille, which was shared with the Plymouth Fury. Well, the Charger SE, which was also sold in 1975, is what we see here. The SE shared its body with the Chrysler Cordova, which was kind of an interpretation of the 1973 Chevy Monte Carlo, which at that point in time was the leading car in the personal luxury field. And speaking of personal luxury, the Gen 4 Charger, as we see here, from 75 through 78, went from being a muscle car from 71 through 74 to fuselage styling to much more of a personal luxury vehicle. We see the headlights here are big and round, just like the Cordova, and yeah, the 73 Monte Carlo, which these cars aped in a big way. The fiberglass construction here is starting to come through. By this point in time, fiberglass was being used for fascias, was lighter and cheaper to make, and also the complex shapes we see here, if done in steel, would require welding, multiple stampings, and a lot of time. Since it was cheaper, it allowed better styling. Under the hood, I like this, distributors on the front, which means we have a big block. Standard engine in Charger would have been a 3.2-barrel followed by the 362-barrel small block or the 364-barrel small block. But for me, I need a big block, and here it is. Now, 1977 would have been 400. No 440s and Chargers after 1974. But this is the big dog, as good as it got in 1977. This engine has 190 horsepower, 305 foot-pounds of torque, and was born with a thermal-wide carburetor and something called the lean burn system we got here. Now, lean burn arrived in 1976 and was used through 1989 on most every Chrysler V8 engine. And what it is basically is a computer mounted on the air cleaner housing, which took inputs from 8 sensors to dial up the ideal ignition curve for reduced emissions and improved fuel economy. The downside is that the unit was located on the air cleaner, where it was exposed to heat and vibration, two things that kill electronics. So a lot of folks say that if a lean burn unit, the computer, was located on the firewall of the fender, it might not have failed as often as it did. Looking at the crankshaft of this one, I do see an eccentric, which means this is a cast crank 400. 400 grew out of the 383 in 1972. Same stroke, but larger bore, and all of them pretty much have a cast crank, which means the crank is lighter and it needed eccentric mass on the front and the back of the crank. And we have it right here. The downside of this cast crank is that it's not as strong as the forged crank used in earlier 383s, and drag racers usually rate these things at about 500 horsepower or with nitrous. Keep it stay below those numbers and away from nitrous. Cast crank 400 is a pretty good engine for hot lots. Let's look inside and check the transmission. All fourth generation 75 through 78 Charger SEs came standard with bucket seats and a console, something the second and third generation Chargers may do extra for. Now, this interior is very similar to the one used in the Chrysler Cordova, but it doesn't have the rich Corinthian leather that Ricardo Montalban used to brag about on TV. This one has vinyl and cloth, although you could get optional leather. This one also has manual windows. You can get power windows if you wanted to, and you could actually build the base price of $5,089, close to $9,000 if you loaded one of these cars out. This one's pretty well appointed. AM/FM radio, of course, power steering, power brakes, air conditioning. And here we have the automatic transmission, what was once called the slapstick transmission shifter. This arrived in 1970 aboard the Challenger E-Body, and then it arrived in 1971 aboard the third generation Dodge Charger. The idea behind the slapstick is that there's a mechanical detente inside of the shifter that allows you to hit the shifter from first to second, second to third at 6,000 RPM without risk of going into neutral or drive and ruining the pass. And back in the day, the word slapstick was actually marked into the lens here on the shifter indicator. By 1977, performance was a dirty word and the slapstick word was eliminated, but fear not, the same detente mechanism inside here was also used in the 1971 Hemi Charger. The fourth generation Charger from 75 through 78 was the first one to abandon any semblance of a fastback roof. Instead, it got the classic 70s formal roof with offer windows, but again, it was aping the look of the 73 Chevy Monte Carlo, which was the leader in the class. Another detail that Dodge copied from General Motors and those Monte Carlos was the polycast wheel concept, but instead of a harder plastic, Chrysler utilized softer rubber on the 36 fins we see here that got aluminum. These puppies are easily flexed, and that's a 15 by 6 inch wheel. This costs $120 more than the basic full wheel cover that was standard on the Charger SC in 1977. In this car of mine, I think what I would do is pretend the 70s and the OPEC fuel crisis never happened. This built this into a what-if, a 1977 Hemi Charger with a 426 speed Hemi, dual quads, Ram Charger hood, pistol grip 4-speed, Dana 60, and some 15 by 7 rally wheels. This built into the Charger it should have been. Well, that's our show from Stevens Performance in Anderson, Alabama. We saw the evolution of the Charger. The 1966 Charger debut edition with that exotic fastback and four-seat bucket seat interior got things started. The 69 Charger RT, that's 440 cubic inches, was 10% larger than GM muscle cars, and the 72 Charger Rally 340 beat the insurance racket with its small block power plant. 1977 brought the Charger SC400, which sold nearly 76,000 units, a near record for Dodge Charger sales. It was the right car at the time. And the Charger Stampede continues to this day. The 707 horsepower Hellcat Charger is limited its own time. We're not done here in Season Performance. We'll be back to Season award-winning cars for a future episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold. Until then, hasta mañana.
I'm bored too, but every fucking day, everybody keeps on telling me that, like, I'm bored too, like, I didn't like, friends that do have, like, someone who gets to them, they can't get to me, so, like, man, fucking nice.
This is a Plymouth Roadrunner, classic American straight line muscle car. There's also a lot of fun to add on the corner. That's why in this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, we're exploring European sports cars. I'm Steve Mignonti, hot rod historian, author, and lover of all things cars. I travel all across the country to uncover the forgotten and hidden gems of the automotive world. This is Roadkill's Junkyard Gold. That's a 1969 Roadrunner. It was Motor Trend's Car of the Year in 1969 and one of my favorites. But there's life beyond big block V8s. That's why we're here in Graham, Texas at K&K Motors Incorporated, exploring the world of European sports cars. Yep, they come with the junkyard too. Cool Pontiac Fieros. Now, these were mid-engine cars built in the mid-1980s. This one has the 2.8-liter V6. This one has a 2.5-liter inline-4. And now they're sports cars, but the term sports car traditionally is applied to European cars. And a couple of great examples are right here. This one is a British MGB. That one is an Italian Fiat 124 Spider. They're similar, but not the same. More on that in a minute. Let's get started with the MGB. Now, MG stands for Morris Garages, a company founded in 1924. And in 1936, MG launched the MGTC, which was largely seen as MG's first sports car. By 1963, things were radically different. The MGB was the first MG sports car built on a unitized body. In other words, body-on-frame construction used previously by all MG sports cars was abandoned. The trouble with body-on-frame in a sports car is it allows a lot of body flex and suspension movement, whereas the unitized construction of the MGB allowed the suspension units to mount more firmly to the body and get better handling. Now, the suspension on the MGB was carried over intact from the MGA, which was built from 1955 through 1962, with some differences. But inside, like all MGs, you'll see two bucket seats, a floor shifter in the middle, and no back seat. Before the MGB, all MGs had side curtains. The MGB was the first one with the modern amenity of an actual roll-up side window right here. Some would say the roll-up windows finally brought the MGB into the modern era, similar to Corvette and Thunderbird, which by this point in time absolutely had side windows. Now, inside we have the box construction of the rockers, the high transmission and drive shaft level, and rear bulkhead, all part of the unitized construction. These things all started out as flat stamped pieces of metal, which were then formed into boxes and other shapes, then welded together to create a really stiff tub. There's no frame underneath the MGB, the first of its kind. Here behind the bucket seats are a couple of square holes that once held two, not one, two 6-volt batteries. The MGB used those two batteries wired in series to create a 12-volt system. And look out, like most British cars at this point in time, the MGB was positive ground. In other words, no negative ground on these cars until 1968, when the generator gave way to an alternator. So if you have a pre-1968 MGB, don't hook up the battery cables the wrong way unless you want to do some welding. The press steel plant that assembled this body shell back in the mid-60s was located in Calgary, England. In fact, the facility still stands where they make BMW Minis to this very day. Right here, we'll see the press steel trim tag. That's actually a warranty tag with all the warranty numbers on it. Like any self-respecting sports car, the MGB has bucket front seats. The whole point of the bucket seat is to hold the driver into a deep seat so that when you're flying around a road course, you don't go flying around inside of the car. All British sports cars have bucket seats. We've got them right here. Transmission choices in the MGB were a 4-speed manual, a 4-speed and optional electric overdrive, and for a handful of cars, an automatic transmission. But real sports cars have stick shifts. This one does. The instrument cluster has gauges made by a company called Smiths, which has nothing to do with Morrissey. We see their logo here. And Smiths, like any number of companies here in America, AC Delco, makes and made gauges for the British auto industry. The speedometer goes to 120 miles per hour, which is a little bit optimistic, I think, with a little four-cylinder engine. Tachometer reads to 7,000 RPM, but it's very telling that the caution line is at 5,500 RPM. Radio here is an aftermarket accessory. These cars didn't come standard with a radio. They would have been added at the dealer level. The heater in this car was made by Smiths, like the gauges. And the joke is that they made so little heat, they were more of a suggestion than an actual heater. But it was standard. Another one of those details that helped make the MGB more civilized, like the windows. And something was done with the rear suspension, too. To address complaints from customers that the MGA's ride was too stiff, the MG used the same suspension front and rear, but with a change. The leaf springs went from 6 to 5 leaves at the rear, and the coil springs at the front of the car were softer. The end result was a more supple ride and an end to the complaints from dissatisfied customers. Otherwise, the rear axle, the drum brakes at the rear, the vacuum pinion steering up front, and even the Dunlop disc brakes up front were transferred from the 1955 to 62 MGA into the 1963 Up MGB. Inside the differential, one thing did happen. Because the MGB rode on 14-inch wire wheels versus the 15-inch wheels used on the MGA, the gear ratio inside the differential went from 411 to 391 to keep the engine happy on the highway and still give good acceleration. But this does have a single exhaust pipe, with all MGBs had, which leads us to the engine bay.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the things that just will never come out.
Down rinse and refresh is formulated to remove odor better than detergent alone, with no rewashing.
My washes feel so clean. Downy rinse and refresh, it's a dream.
Downy rinse and refresh fights odor in just one wash, guaranteed.
Okay, for people used to seeing big blocks in Corvettes and American muscle cars, these are kind of a shock. This is a 1.8-liter pushrod inline 4, but it's not just any little engine. These made 95 horsepower and 110 foot-pounds of torque, which may not sound like a lot, but you got to remember, most European sports cars were built to be light. This thing might weigh 2,100 pounds without people, so the power-to-weight ratio wasn't that bad. A pair of SU one-barrel side-draft carburetors with 1.5-inch throttle bodies feed air into the engine. And this had something that surprises me. The engine oil cooler right here feeds into the oil filter adapter. Now, these were only seen on exotic American muscle cars, things like the 428 Super Coverjet Mustang of 1969. The idea behind the engine oil cooler was that it cooled the oil to keep it thicker so it wouldn't lose viscosity, so that little 4-main bearing engine wouldn't peg its little brains out and blow up. So all MGBs came standard with an engine oil cooler. Another detail I have in my hand is the aluminum hood. 1963 to 67, these cars had this, a lightweight aluminum hood. 68 up, they went to a steel hood. And the point of the aluminum hood was twofold. It was lighter than steel by a couple of pounds, also easier to make. To form this in steel would take a 20-ton machine, a big stamping press. In aluminum, well, a guy with a bag of sand and a hammer could form a hood like this. The MGB was one of Britain's most popular sports cars, with over 500,000 built. This is a great one, too. It's an early car without the rubber nose that came along in 1974 in the catalytic converters. Now, the trouble with this one is its 4-cylinder engine. It's a great little car. It's an early example, but the power plant has to go. Now, we know our buddies over at Hot Rod Garage told me and Lucky whipped up the 5 OMG with a 5-liter Mustang V8. It's a good start, but I say let's go further. We have to remember that 1973 through 76, MG offered a thing called the MGB GTV8. It's a mouthful, but it had the 215 cubic inch V8 sourced from the General Motors parts in the early 60s. Now, being in the smog 70s, that engine was detuned to 136 horsepower. Not a lot, but it was a factory-built MG with a V8 power plant. I say let's follow that theme, but go with a Corvette Z06 motor, a 427 with twice the displacement, 7 liters, is 3.5 times 2. So that LS7 under the hood of this MGB, a 5-speed manual transmission, a larger rear axle, maybe a Dana 60, and some big Z06 wheels and tires. It was nearly 4 times the horsepower of the original MGB GTV8, 137 versus 505, and with plenty of power to new Hot Rod Garage's 5OMG. Tony Lucky, watch out. The MGB is a great example of a British sports car. The Italians were also going to regain with something called the Fiat 124 Spark. We have one right here. Let's check it out. In 1966, Fiat launched the 124 Spider and built them through 1985. Now, having 3 years to study the MGB and basically improve on it, that's exactly what they did, starting with the engine. Instead of push rods and rocker arms and a cast iron cylinder head, the 124 Spider engine had a twin overhead cam aluminum cylinder head on top of an iron short block. This engine was designed by former Ferrari engine stylist Aurelio Manfredi, who had his hands on the Ferrari GTO engine in the early 1960s. A legendary engine by a legendary designer. Initially, these engines were 1.4 liters in displacement, but they grew to 2 liters by 1982, which is the car we have here. Early cars came with a single Weber 2-barrel carburetor, but in 1980, cars sent to California got a Bosch-designed electronic fuel injection system, which became standard on all 124 Spiders sent to this country in 1981. Power went from 88 horsepower to 101 with the fuel injection. The overhead cams got rid of the massive rocker arms, the push rods, and all those parts to allow this little tiny engine to buzz close to 7,000 RPM, giving it a distinctly Italian flair and wide open throttle. Another detail that was kind of cool, added for 1970, was this dual dome hood design, not seen on 66 through 69 cars, but this pays tribute to the twin cams underneath the hood. A nice touch. When this Spider was new in 1982, it cost $12,290. And keep in mind, in the early 80s, U.S. car makers weren't building convertibles. If you wanted a Corvette Roadster, you had to wait till 1986. So this was one of your few choices if you wanted an open-top motor. This does have the standard bucket seats up front. Of course, you have to have buckets in a sports car. The headrests are present, and these are upholstered in what we call leather. It's not quite plastic, not quite leather. It's somewhere between those two. Of course, 4-speed manual transmission, standard equipment until about 1975, when a 5-speed replaced it. But if you wanted an automatic, until 1979, you were out of luck. From 79 through 85, an automatic was available. It was a GM Turbo 200. It's not a very much loved transmission. It's kind of a lightweight, but it was available in Fiat 124 Spiders. Before that, if you wanted to drive a Spider, you had to know how to drive the stick. You see here in the middle of the dash, the exhaust gas sensor. That's only seen on fuel-injected cars built from 1981 to 1985. That goes red when the oxygen sensor under the floorboards gets polluted either by leaded fuel or by low maintenance. When that red light goes on, a lot of folks didn't know how to turn it off. And so what they do is start cutting wires, breaking bolts, and making a mess out of the wiring. So here's the thing. To reset that, it's a simple silver button on the computer underneath the dashboard. Push that with a screwdriver, that light goes off. So one of the problems with 124 Spiders is finding these things that don't have butchered wiring under the dashboard, especially the fuel-injected cars. As small as the 124 Spider is, the folding top is mechanical, no room for power. And in fact, the side window glass was also a problem. How did they solve it? Watch this. The top goes up, the glass comes up with the top. Very cool, very elegant, and the glass is even tinted. Arriving as it did in 1966, the 124 Spider is an improvement over the MGB, and nowhere is that more true than in the rear suspension. Like the MGB, the 124 Spider also uses a live rear axle. That's where the similarity ends. While the MGB has leaf springs on the right and left side of the car, the Spider has 4-link, which has lower and upper control arms, which are made of lightweight tubular steel, and the Panhard bar that runs laterally to control side sway of the rear axle. The total mass of those 5 tubular members is probably half the weight of one MGB leaf spring. By reducing unsprung weight, what then happens is tire control, and the bounce factor of the tire going over bumps is much shorter, increasing the tire contact patch period and giving the car better handling. More evidence of efficient packaging is seen here. The shock absorber locates inside of the coil spring, so those two components take up the same space. Again, smart design. And at the back, where the MGB gave you drum brakes, the 124 Spider came with disc brakes front and rear. While the early MGBs had two 6-volt batteries, all 124 Spiders came with a single 12-volt battery, but best of all, it was mounted right here above the rear axle behind this plastic cover. And by putting the mass of the battery over the rear axle, it weighed down on the tires, improving traction. Of course, being designed by Pininfarina with input from Tom Chart, a legend of the design world, these have great little touches like on the 2000 models, we have the final zero doubling as a lock barrel for the trunk key. And over here on the driver's side, this little door here covers the fuel filler. Now, in recent years, FCA, Fiat Chrysler, has made good money reviving retro designs of the Charger and Challenger. And back in 2017, they tried it again by reviving the 124 Spider. It shared its bones with the Mazda MX-5 Miata. The sad news is sales haven't been fantastic. About 5,000 per year are selling, about half what the Mazda Miata is selling. I think what the new 124 Spider needs is more retro. So why don't we take the skin from this 1982 124 Spider and put it onto a modern 2020 124 Spider and blend the best of both worlds. That way it would have the 140 horsepower multi-air 4, the 6-speed manual transmission, the 17-inch wheels, the bigger brakes, and the modern suspension. I think with even more retro, the 124 Spider might be more successful.
Okay.
1956 Chevy two-door Post, looks like a Bel Air. 72 Olds Delta 88, 63 Olds F85. You might wonder, what on earth does an Olds Cutlass 85 have to do with British sports cars? Well, a lot. Under the hood of this one is the aluminum 215 cubic inch V8, which was launched by General Motors in 1961 and used in their senior compacts. The special, the Olds F85 Cutlass and the Pontiac Tempest. The beauty of this engine is that it has an aluminum block, aluminum heads, aluminum intake manifold, and aluminum water pump. In total, this thing weighs 324 pounds, but with a 4-barrel carburetor like this one here, it makes 185 horsepower and 230 foot-pounds of torque. These engines were very potent BMWs like intermediate cars. The downside is when General Motors increased the size of their intermediate models in '64, this 215 cubic inch engine was too small. So GM put these things and their tooling on ice until 1967 when British car maker Rover came along and said, hey, can we buy that from you? General Motors says, yeah, we're going to need this to take it away. So Rover went and developed the 215 V8 and used it for 3 more decades after 1967. The great thing about the 215 was its flexibility. It grew to 4.5 meters and used in Range Rovers in the 1980s and 1990s. And in fact, this engine was also used in the MGB GT V8, the big brother to the MGB we saw in this episode, and also the 1979 TR8. When you go to TR8, you'll see that very same engine, courtesy of General Motors. This kind of looks like the cross between Triumph Spitfire and a Datsun 240Z with these trunking headlights, but don't be confused. This is a Jensen Healy. And what really makes this thing special is that engine, which I'm amazed is still here. The Jensen Healy was built between 1972 and 1976. It was the result of the cancellation of the Austin Healey 3000 in 1967. The trouble was, the Austin Healey 3000 wouldn't pass United States safety laws after 1967 and had to be discontinued. That meant that Donald Healey, the owner of Healey Motors, had to find a new product. Jensen, which made the body shells for Healey, also needed something to do. So those two companies got together, and this is the result, the Jensen Healey. Now, the downside is these cars were rushed to market. The Jensen Motor Company was well known for building a thing called the Jensen Interceptor. From 1966 to 76, those cars were powered by 383 and 440 cubic inch Chrysler big blocks. torque is always better. This engine was also used in the Lotus Esprit, but here in the Jensen Healey made 144 horsepower again, largely detuned for emissions and for fuel economy. It has a pair of Stromberg one-barrel carburetors, or side drafts, which feed this tuned intake manifold. But again, the entire engine, including the block, is made of aluminum. Very advanced stuff, even more advanced than the engine we saw in that Fiat 124 Spider. Like the MGB, the Jensen Healey is a unit construction car. You can see here the inner frame rails and the fenders and the firewall are all welded together to create a rigid three-dimensional structure, a lot stiffer and better for performance and handling than the body-on-frame used in earlier British sports cars of the 1950s. And there's only one transmission type used in the Jensen Healey. And that's going to be a stick shift. There we go.
Roadkill junkyard cars. Roadkill junkyard cars.
No automatics ever in Jensen Healey's. The point of it is, with a mere 130 foot-pounds of torque, automatic transmission simply sap too much power to be useful in a car like this. 75 and 76 Jensen Healey's went to a 5-speed sourced from Getrack, and that 5-speed wasn't an overdrive. It was actually a close.
It basically tells you all about old cars, where they come from, what could be in them, what they originally started out as, and what they would look like.
Found right here on the floor of this Jensen Healey. Tachometer, this thing's pretty cool. It reads 8,000 RPM, and the red line is set at 7,000 RPM, which was truly the advertised safe RPM for the 2-liter engine under the hood.
What do you mean?
Transmission. This thing must have been awesome going down the road at full throttle. Now, this car, when new, cost $5,500 in 1973. That was $100 more than a base Corvette. The downside is, there was an awful lot of plastic in these cars. Check this out. The glove compartment is made of this cheesy plastic. And in the time, these cars just weren't appealing to the average buyer. They really helped to bankrupt Jensen and Healey at the same time. There were about 10,500 Jensen Healeys built between 72 and 76. This is one of them, but it's so rusty, we're going to leave it right here at the junkyard. If we really want one of these, we can find one online for about $10,000. It still runs. It doesn't have terminal rust. There's plenty more sports cars here in the boneyard. Let's keep searching. This is a Fiat 600, polar opposite of the Fiat 124 Spider. Not a sports car, but this was a very popular, inexpensive transportation unit, Italian style. These were built at the rate of 1,000 per day at Fiat's 5-story factory in Turin, Italy. Now, these were built between 1955
Yes, I did, motherfucker. I've been back on. I have been left.
33cc inline 4.
I have not left, bro.
The other half of 1960 to 69 got the big block. Yeah, we're talking about the 767cc inline 4 with 29
You
horsepower.
left. I didn't leave.
60 miles an hour.
I've been here, motherfucker.
Volkswagen Beetle, and like the Beetle,
I've been sitting here wondering where the fuck you were.
In the back. Even after Fiat increased the size of the engine from 633 to 767 cc's, they didn't change the name of the model. It still says 600. It's kind of like putting 327 down on your 427 Corvette, the sleeper. All right, what do we got? Yeah, there it is.
Where are you?
This is an inline 4-cylinder, unlike the more exotic flat 4 used in Volkswagen Beetles and the Porsche 914. This is a pushrod engine, although it has an aluminum cylinder head. Kind of cool. Iron block, single carburetor, downdraft, so it may not be as stiffy or sporty as the Fiat 124 Spider, but nearly a million of these things made it out into the world. It's a popular car in its time.
Biofarms farmers believe in giving their hens fresh pasture to roam. Some people might say that's a waste of space. Well, People are entitled to their
I'm trying to
opinions.
figure out where did I go? You said what WTF, right?
How do you
Here's
nourish
the
a cat for a
sound. You said
lifetime?
this,
Purina
right?
Cat Chow.
Then you said this. Where did I go?
Trust and nutrition
I'm
for
one
every
dude
life
that
stage
can't
for
go
over
nowhere.
60 years. Cat Chow.
Where did I go? I've been on. See, 2 hours and 18 minutes. Where did I go?
Exploring ancient volcanoes
Of course, it's in here, boy.
and swimming with whale sharks.
Small part of my world, man.
Chasing the sunsets along the equator. Make memories of a lifetime with Aqua Expeditions.
The whole of hell on the hand shall sound in the deep.
War is upon us.
Attack!
This is not a battle we can win.
Through my intellect! Death! When the songs of this day are sung, we will fail!
Well, I just want to stop in and say hi. I'm gonna go now.
Early 70s Dodge B300 van. This thing is a camper.
Oh, I'm not
van.
going to this. Hold on a minute.
Man. Pre-1973, we should see the 1.7 liter four-cylinder engine in the middle. There it is. Now, this is not the same engine used in a Volkswagen Beetle of this time.
Wow.
They had a 1.5 liter or a 1500cc flat four with a carburetor. This engine is a larger engine which first came out in 1968 for the Volkswagen 411 or the Type 4. Now, it's kind of like a Beetle, rear engine, but it was more streamlined. This engine's larger than a Beetle engine, and most of all, it has
is technically 30 minutes away, technically. Like 25 minutes, 30 minutes away from the so probably 5 hours, 5 6 hours, consecutively.
Of what you find in a Beetle. That way it's here. And that transaxle is a 5-speed, not a 4-speed that you'd find in a Beetle. So that 5-speed manual transmission.
Actually, I don't know. I'll find out. Actually, watch this. I'll tell you exactly. Did you know you could
One of the great things about the mid-engine 914 is that with the engine here in the middle is a huge trunk in the back. And
watch this.
Another trunk. This is where you put a big suitcase and
I'll get to
the spare
minutes for you.
on 914. So again, anybody
I'll
who's
tell you
sports cars with enough cargo capacity hasn't driven a 914. Also standard on all 914s was electrically operated hideaway headlights, pretty advanced stuff for 1970. The first instruct front suspension, which was not seen in Volkswagen Beetles until you get into the Super Beetle era. And of course, disc brakes, front and rear, standard equipment on 914. One thing that is a bit of a hangover from earlier Volkswagens is the presence of
it would take 5 hours, and that's walking from the school. And then if you walk the Oxford way, it would take you 6 hours and 21 minutes.
The 914's dual trunk architecture was revisited by Porsche in 1997. The Boxster with two trunks, front and rear, and the 2006 Cayman both revisited.
It's just straight. It's just it's telling you take Cokeville. Yep. You can either take Cokeville or you can take the back side of 32. It says you take 32. Yep. 32 takes you all the way here, apparently.
Targa roof gives the 914 a best of both worlds.
If I walked from here to the school in Norwich, it would take me either 5 hours and 13 minutes or it would take 6 hours. If you took Cokeville, it would take you 6 hours. If you took 32,
that was the case when this car was new. And here's the thing,
it would take 5 hours, 13 minutes. Now, on a bicycle, okay, on a bike, if you had a bicycle, it would take you 1 hour and 36 minutes if you had a bicycle.
On the steering wheel pad. Now, this car was built in Germany. Right here, we would see the Volkswagen crest where this Porsche on the stage.
So just think, if you had a bicycle and you're pedaling, just this, I would call it, it'd take you an hour and 36 minutes.
All that Porsche crest is a Volkswagen
Just really thinking now.
right here on the emergency flashing switch. And it's the fact that the light switches on these things.
I know you used to ride bikes on
So again, we look at Volkswagen, whole lot of Porsche and every 914. Of course, 914 being a self-respecting sports car has bucket seats, but they're different from the seats seen in the Italian and British cars we've seen so far. They're made of fiberglass. They have the deep bolsters on the sides, so they can be padding. But again, this is a fiberglass structure here. This fiberglass helps the 914 keep its low curb weight of 2,100 pounds. That's right, just 100 pounds more than 1 ton. So these cars, even with 80 horsepower, were very sporty. Pretty heavy little cars. And again, here's the 5-speed manual. No 4 speeds in 914s, all 5 speeds. And the only downside to these cars built before 1973 had a fairly lumpy shift linkage. There were a bunch of 90-degree turns between this handle and the transaxle behind the rear tires. That was remedied in 1976 with cables and pulleys that did a slightly better job. But again, one thing about 914s, they're largely criticized for having sloppy shift linkage. But beyond that, there's not a lot to dislike. The 914 wasn't the first mid-engine sports car. That would be the 1966 Lotus Europa.
I bet you'd hop on a bike and ride your bicycle up there.
5-speed manual transmission and pop-up headlights. The 914 was a landmark car. In fact, Motor Trend magazine awarded the 914 its Import Car of the Year award in 1970, helping Porsche to sell 115,646 units between 1970 and 1976. So these things were pretty popular. But with just 80 horsepower in this thing, it's too weak for my taste. So I say, why don't we find a Porsche 911 with a 6-cylinder engine, grab the engine, stuff it in this 914 to make a real supercar out of this thing? Well, we have to remember, Porsche beat us to the punch. In 1970 through 72, there was a thing called the 914-6, which was exactly that. 914 with a 911 6-cylinder engine in it. Now we could clone this thing, but it would cost over $100,000 bucks. Why don't we just buy a real 914-6 and get it over with? Well, that's our show on European sports cars. The MGB and Jensen Healey represent English tradition, while the Fiat Spider and Porsche 914 show Italian and German interpretations on the theme. Sports cars may not burn rubber like classic American muscle cars, but they're just as capable of putting a smile on your face. We're not done here at K&K Motors Incorporated. With over 10,000 cars in this 67-acre Graham, Texas junkyard, we have to come back for more. Until next time, hasta vediante. This one is a 1962, which means it has the big block. Oh, wow. Now we know our friends Lucky and Tony over at Hot Rod Garage whipped up to 5 OMG. On this episode of Roadkill Junkyard Gold, we're in Sunset, Texas, checking out America's oldest maker of wheeled vehicles, Studebaker.
Come on,
I'm Steve Vignanti, hot rod historian, author, and lover of all things cars. I travel all across the country to uncover the forgotten and hidden gems of the automotive world. This is Roadkill's Junkyard Gold. Throughout the 19th century, tens of thousands of settlers migrated west aboard horse-drawn covered wagons, many of them built by Studebaker. On this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, we're at Brown Auto Salvage in Sunset, Texas, which has 38 acres packed with Studebaker history. 1968 Mercedes 220 at 65 with tail fins. Yeah, Mercedes had tail fins. A 220 diesel. And a 1957 Mercedes-Benz 219 four-door sedan. And chances are very good this car was sold new at a Studebaker dealership. That's because in 1957, Studebaker had 2,500 dealerships throughout the United States. Mercedes-Benz was just making inroads into the United States market and decided to pair with Studebaker and piggyback onto
the car look like what I'm watching now?
Supposed to run through
Yeah, it's actually teaching me a lot. Teaching me about all sorts of other car things too.
So Mercedes-Benz paid Studebaker's creditors $5 million to get out of the deal and set up shop in New Jersey, where Mercedes grew from strength to strength thereafter. As for Studebaker, they continued building cars in Canada until 1966, but that was pretty much the end of the line. But it's amazing to think this 57 219 was probably sold new at a Studebaker dealership. Mustang GT convertible.
Oh, if you talk about the car video you sent me, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Mercury Marquis, massive car for a two-door passenger car. That's massive. 1960 Cadillac. Pinnacle of the fins, they pretty much get toned down to 61. Series 75 Fleetwood. Factory air conditioning, very cool. Oh, and this, 1962 through 64 Studebaker Gran Turismo Hawk. Now, this was meant to take on cars like the Ford Thunderbird, the Chevy Corvette, the Chrysler 300, and the Pontiac Grand Prix. So this would have been Studebaker's hot rod in 62 and 3. The thing you see on the front of this is a Mercedes-Benz inspired grille. That's on purpose because you have to remember, between 1957 and 65, they had a mutual import arrangement. These are all V8 equipped, all dual exhaust because they're, after all, something of a muscle car. There should be a 289 V8 on the hood. Okay, it's gone. And the standard engine was a 210 horsepower, 289 with a two-barrel carburetor, and again with dual exhaust standard. But for additional $22, you could have had a four-barrel added to that, which would have bumped things up to 225 horsepower. Wow, this is very cool. The 4-speed tag indicates this car was a factory 4-speed car, and that tag is cool because that tells Jimmy and Chuck on the assembly line to go into the closet and get the 4-speed parts because this one is very special. And there it is. There's the hole and the clutch pedal. This car once had a four-motor T10 4-speed manual transmission. Now, 1962 was the first year for 4 on the floor in any Studebaker. In fact, Ford would offer 4 on the floor until 62 as well. Now, the 4-speed manual cost an additional $188 over the standard 3 on the tree that would have been the base tranny of this car. And of course, Studebaker also offered an automatic transmission for $200. Yeah, they charged more for the boring automatic than they did the sexy 4 on the floor. Of course, being a GT, these cars came standard with front bucket seats and a center console. The console has been robbed. GT Hawk also was one of the first American cars with an all-plastic dashboard. And its whole structure is injection molded plastic. Backseat on this car is a bench, the convenient center armrest. But one thing that's not too cool about these Hawks is the fact that their body-on-frame construction, which results in an unusual floor pad at the rear. You can see that it's not flat. These small footwells that you put one or the other foot into, not both. As a result, backseat passengers learn to live with one knee higher than the other one. If you listen to Studebaker, they have you believe the 1962 Gran Turismo Hawk was all new. The reality is, the body goes all the way back to the 1956 Golden Hawk, and before that, the 1953.
Oh, did you ever try that Roku thing?
Brooks Stevens, a well-known industrial Stevens admits, in hindsight, that he used an awful lot of Ford and Lincoln styling trends, including the Thunderbird's box roof, blade-like rear quarter panels straight off the 1961 Lincoln Continental, replacing the fins seen on Studebakers up till 61. And again, from the 61 Lincoln Continental, there used to be a bright vertical finish panel covering the backside of the trunk. Well, on this car, it's been removed, revealing the 14 horizontal lines that have been present on all Studebaker Hawk trunks since 1956. Another indicator that Studebaker used as many existing parts as possible with a hasty refresh to make it look new. And this is cool. The two T's with the circles tell us this car was built with a twin traction differential. That's Studebaker speak for posi or limited slip differential. Studebaker is the only car maker I can think of that actually gave a limited slip differential an external drag badge. The only thing that comes close
you say smart TV. Did you ever try downloading the Roku? I know it's satellite, but you download Roku, you get stuff like this and you watch it free, bro.
And aside from that and this, I can't think of another one. Leave it to Studebaker.
I don't have cable.
The base price of a 1962 Gran Turismo Hawk was $3,095. It was Studebaker's most expensive car, but it was still $1,200 less expensive than a Thunderbird and $943 less than a Corvette. These cars were pretty popular. 9,335 were sold, helping to increase Studebaker sales by 45% over 1961. But of those cars, maybe 20% came with a factory 4-speed manual transmission. So this is a pretty rare car. Studebaker's first 4-speed. It deserves to be restored. I think I'd respray the original Arctic White, find another T10 4-speed manual transmission, put a 289 back under the hood. But one thing I'd be sure to do is to keep that twin traction differential. And prove to the world that Studebakers came with 4-speed transmissions and could definitely fly both rear tires. This is a Studebaker tip that applies to Mopars. I'm a fan of 62 through 65 Mopar Max Wedge and Race Hemi clones. They look great with steel wheels all the way around and bottle cap hubcaps. 15x8 wheels in the back and the skinniest wheels you can find up front. That's how they should be done. Well, the trouble is, most guys who built those cars use this. These are Chrysler 15 by 5.5. They're too wide and have a small hubcap flange. They're not right. What you want to find is a Studebaker Lark. They came with 15 by 4.5 inch wide wheels that have the 10-inch hubcap register. They'll take the Mopar hubcap. By contrast, the 66 Mopar wheels have an 8.5 inch register that won't take those Mopar hubcaps. So if you're building a 62 through 65 Max Wedge or Race Hemi clone, find yourself a Studebaker Lark, grab the 15 by 4.5s and use them up front. They look great. Buick Nailhead, Mercury Cougar X Bar 7, personal luxury at its best and worst. A Lark V8, 259 two-barrel, probably in that one. Oh man, automotive royalty. This is a 1953 Starlight Coupe, styled by Raymond Loewy. This is one of those cars from the 1950s that most everybody agrees got everything right. They were long, low, and wide without looking forced. These cars were embraced by two kinds of racers. Automotive top speed racers, where the aerodynamic nose was a great advantage at high speed, and drag racers who love these cars for their lightweight and adaptability to other engines. This one that's used wheel openings is definitely a drag car. You don't do this for any other reason. And drag racing is a game of traction. So let's look and see if we see a trunk-mounted battery, and there it is. And here we see a train that's been installed over the axle pump. So the weight of the battery bears down on the right rear tire and enhances traction. Yeah, there's a telltale hole in the floor. In stock configuration, this car would have had a 3-speed or an automatic with a shifter up on the column. But this one's been modified with a hole in the floor, so at some point in time, either a 3 or a 4-speed manual poke right through this hole here. Here's the clutch pedal. The stock Studebaker instrument panel in 53 and 4 was pretty advanced for its time, unlike the ribbon spin-off gauges seen in other cars from Detroit.
Be alright.
Is stock. Studebaker
It'll be alright.
Switches for the lights and stuff. Below that would have been 4 hooded pods with speedometer and gauges. Those have been removed on this car, replaced by small aftermarket gauges from stored water. These are vintage gauges. No doubt, this is somebody's old drag car. Okay, well, there's no engine here. Oh, but I love what I see. This thing has a straight axle up front. The stock front suspension of this would have been coil springs, shock absorbers, upper and lower control arms.
What is here besides me and Chris?
The bad part is heavy. There's no way to get any kind of ride increase. By contrast, by putting a straight axle into this thing with parallel leaf springs and a beam probably out of a pickup truck, what they're able to do is increase the ride height of this by a good foot up front. I'm going to bet this car was once raced in gas class drag racing. That's right, this is an old gasser. Very cool stuff, very simple, very low bump, very poor boy, but classic early 60s drag racing stuff. This is a time capsule. Now to the hood here, I see a little bit of work. Okay, the stock hood on a Starlight Coupe is flat and low, beautiful, but the trouble is, if you use any kind of exotic induction, like some Hillboard injectors or a supercharger, it won't fit under the hood. So what's been done here is the stock hood has been given an add-on blister to increase the height of perhaps 4 injectors or a supercharger that once sat under the hood of this car. Another cool detail I see is a Bardolph sticker. It's kind of ironic because Studebaker had a little thing called SDP, which also had engine oil. SDP stood for Studebaker Transmission Product, and Studebaker actually owned that company for a good many years. So a little more appropriate to see an SDP sticker instead Barnall sticker. This 54 Starlight gasser is a time capsule, and all my junkyard travels have only encountered about 2 or 3 well-deserved gassers from the past. This one is so complete it deserves to be revived. I'd say leave it pretty much the way it is, but build up a small block Chevy, make it a 301, give it foot-tall hillboard injectors to make use of that blistered hood, back it up with a 4-speed manual transmission, build the rear wheel openings with some high-crust M&A Tradesmaster slicks, and then set it down some American Racing torque thrust. It's got to be magnesium. Then we have a perfect snapshot of the way gasser drag racing used to be. Oh man, this is pretty cool. This is the back half of a Studebaker pickup truck. It's a common thing to make a 4-boy trailer out of an old truck once it served its use.
Studebaker
The first Studebaker-like trucks arrived in 1908, and in 1913 actually marketed a vehicle called the pickup. Probably the first use of the term pickup as a marketing word. This one here is a 1949 through 1960. We know that because it has the bubble fenders and the double wall construction. While Ford, Dodge, and Chevrolet gave you a single wall construction, on a Studebaker, you threw a cinder block in it. That then didn't show on the outside. And also, the streamlined fenders were much more elegantly designed than Ford, Chevy, and Dodge pickup trucks. And this one has, there's the Spicer rear axle, leaf springs. This was once a running, driving pickup. Now, Studebaker continued building passenger cars in Canada until 1966, but the trucks were built in South Bend, Indiana. So when the end came to that factory on December 9th, 1963, truck production ended as well. Rest in peace.
Someone else is here periodically. Come and go. They don't want to talk to you.
Lincoln, Batmobile, George Barris started with one of these things. Distinctive hooded headlamp. 65 Ford, probably a Galaxy, stacked headlights. These are huge on the NASCAR super speedways. The 1958 Studebaker President Starlight hardtop. The President was Studebaker's top-level vehicle, and they came standard with the 289 V8, with a 2-barrel carburetor being 210 horsepower, or this one was the 4-barrel, 225 horsepower. So that's a good thing. The Studebaker V8 was launched in 1951 as a fairly modern overhead valve design. They were way ahead of the curve in that respect. The only downside is the exhaust port. The outboard cylinders had their own exhaust ports. The two inboard cylinders on both sides of the V had to share a central exhaust port. It was something that haunted the Studebaker V8 all the way to the end in 1963, even on the 304. On this one, I do see the electric windshield wipers, which were a $12 option. The standard wipers on these were vacuum operated. The trouble with those is they slowed down when you went to wide open throttle, like if you're going through an intersection or climbing a hill in the rain. When you most need the wipers, and you press down on the gas, the wipers slow down. The electric wipers were the way to go. For $12, it was a real bargain. Here's the thing. In 1951, Studebaker sold 221,000 cars. It was a pretty good year. By 1957, the year before this car was built, sales had tumbled to 63,101. Something had to be done. The problem was, Studebaker didn't have the funds to give these cars a radical redesign, so they had to do it on the cheap. 1958 was the big year that Detroit discovered quad headlights and tail fins. What Studebaker did was they took their 1957 single headlight fender stamping and came up with a jiffy 4-headlight bezel, and then created filler panels on each side, and voila, it transformed your single headlight fender into a quad headlight fender.
If somebody that's there can't say anything and type of probably have to follow me to comment. That's probably what it is too. Because some of the faith really call it, I can't fix that.
And then spot welded to the existing quarter panel. The seam was covered up by some stainless steel trim, and you had a
they're not
look
off
of 57 Bel Air.
So what the fuck you are?
About the tenth
That's
of
a
the price
fucking
of a brand new quarter panel stamping.
You walk to the bathroom,
Rear
I'll break the
chrome
fucking door.
taillights and emblems completed the illusion. And this one does have an antenna in the center, which looks custom. That is standard, which tells us this car was ordered with a radio. Yeah, there it is. Here's the AM radio, which is about a $48 upcharge. And something we see on this one is the optional automatic transmission.
Oh, you're out of flour? Damn, that sucks.
1958 was the 8th year that Studebaker offered an automatic, 51 being the first. That was a Borg-Warner transmission, the M35, which was also used by Ford, Mercury, and American Motors. But the crazy thing is, to check the fluid on this transmission, you didn't go under the hood like a more modern car with a dipstick. Instead, you pull up the carpet, you remove this access cover, and then you unscrewed this, And there's the dipstick for the automatic transmission fluid. Going further, the master cylinder for the brakes is under the floor as well.
Right, so I read it right, correctly, right? You said you had a
So in
flower?
many ways, the 58 Studebaker was an adventure with its quad headlights and huge tail fins, but in other ways, it was very antiquated. Try as they did, the facelift didn't work. In total, 1,171 Presidents were sold in 1958, a disastrous result. And in fact, Studebaker canceled the line after 1958, concentrating solely on Hawk two-doors and the new Lark compact car from 59 and beyond. And the Lark did bring Studebaker back to profitability for a few brief years before the end came in 1963. As a rare car and the last of the run for the President line, I think I'd keep the body, but I'd trash the frame. I'd get a roadster shop chassis with independent suspension front and rear big brakes right out of the box. Put the body on that frame, and for power, I'd get a twin Hemi from Chrysler. Then I'd back it up with a 6-speed manual transmission and show the world Studebaker's final President model, complete with tail fins. '73 Ranchero, first year for the all-new body. 75 or 6 Monza Spider, V8 power, flathead Chrysler by 47 or so. Oh, the Studebaker Lark. The Studebaker Lark launched in 1959. It was a special car. It was the only compact car you could get with this. An optional D8. This is Studebaker's 259 cubic inch 8 with a 2-barrel carburetor, made 180 horsepower, or the optional $48 4-barrel upgrade, 195 horsepower. By contrast, the Rambler American, the Plymouth Valiant, the Chevy Corvair, and the Ford Falcon in 1960 were strictly 6-cylinder cars. So if you wanted a V8 powered compact, your only choice was Lark. These cars saved Studebaker's tail. Sales in 1958 were about 44,000.
Pretty late, so you might not get it tonight. You might not get your flower tonight. 12:19.
This is the car that saved Studebaker's bacon.
They believed that these garments told the world who we are. The dress became our uniform. And we became an army.
You want to fight? Let's fight together.
Though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we will fear no evil.
Oh. Yeah, that car thing does suck. Frankie's going for that. No. Hopefully my
No. By putting it to work to improve his scores, he got access to better credit cards. And that's something she liked. And when it came time to buy a home of his own, Credit Karma helped him take things to the next level.
Nice. That's always cool to have a sister at a time, and that helps sisters out like that.
Download the app today.
Yeah, I noticed the chat is actually on point today. Have you noticed that?
Plymouth Volare arrived in 1976 to replace the Valiants. Did a pretty good job of it, although they were known for rust. But a good design. I like them. I think they're coming on. They'll be collectible. Another one. Ooh. Oh, the 1950s Studebaker Commander Starlight Coupe. The wraparound rear window, very futuristic. These were made between 1947 and 1952. These were designed by Chrysler enthusiasts who remember as being the guy who put fins on both cars in the late 1950s. But at this point in time, between 1944 and 1948, Extra worked for Studebaker as one of their in-house stylists. I've seen some of the original artist renderings, and Extra originally wanted this to be a one-piece curved structure, all glass, which would have been incredibly expensive and maybe even impossible to make in mass production at a fixed price. So instead, they compromised with 4 curved panels and 3 vertical struts to hold the roof up. And the look is amazing. But here's the downside. Back in the day, comedians used to make jokes that this is the Studebaker that thinks it's going down the road backwards. The thing is, with all this glass in the back, it kind of looks like a fighter plane or a submarine. and folks might expect to see the pilot and co-pilot and all the crew looking out the window going down the road backwards. They were kind of a joke at the time, but people have come to recognize these as one of the landmark car designs of the 1950s. And inside, Studebaker designed a spare tire well in the right-hand side of the trunk floor so the tire sits vertically where it's not in the way. Another detail I love about these cars is the cast glass taillights. These may look like plastic, and while it's true that Detroit transitioned to red plastic taillights in the mid-1950s, these are colored red lenses made of glass. Very cool. Another detail I love on these cars is the way the exhaust tip is given attention by the stylists. The rear valance has a cutout through which the exhaust pipe protrudes, kind of like the 1968 Barracuda, a good 15 years before the fact. It's one of the first examples of the exhaust tip getting attention from stylists. As much fun as this car might have been to drive, I think the back seat passengers had the best seat in the house. That wraparound rear window was probably like riding in the observation car of a train, all kinds of access to the left and the right. Really, really cool. What a great design. And this one does have an automatic transmission. You see it right here. 1951 was the first full year that Studebaker offered an automatic transmission in all models. But for the last few months of 1950, the automatic was quietly introduced as a $201 option, about 10% of the price of the car. Again, it was an air-cooled Ford-Warner design with 3 forward speeds, and it introduced the days of checking your fluid.
These are really fucking good, by the way.
We saw earlier, that 1958 Studebaker.
Yeah, I only have 5 of these.
Here for the first time in 1950.
Actually,
Look at this. This is the Studebaker Stratoline radio. Standard in Studebakers was no radio. The first optional radio was a manual tune. This one has the optional self-select button. So you can actually select 7 stations. So instead of messing around with the knob, you just push those buttons. And this is the very beginning, some pre-selected station with buttons on a car. This radio is made by, it says here on the back, it's a Studebaker Philco model S4927. And a lot of folks will remember that Philco was purchased by Ford Motor Company. Well, at this point in time, 1950, it was its own company, free to have associations with companies like Studebaker. The distinctive Starlight body with wraparound rear window was offered on models in 1950. This one is a Commander, which drives on a 120-inch wheelbase and has a heavy-duty suspension and frame with 5-lug wheels. For $426 less, you could also get this body style on the Champion, which rode on a shorter 113-inch wheelbase and came with light-duty suspension with 4-lug wheels, creating Ford's trick in the 1960s when 6-cylinder Mustangs had 4-lug wheels and V8s had 5-lug wheels. Now, this one being a 1950 has something very special up front. Well, the 1947 through 49 Starlight Coupes came with a fairly conventional grille. For the 1950 and 51, Studebaker pulled out the stops and gave the Starlight an equally distinctive grille. This is the Bullet nose. The Bullet has 4 fins that look sort of like a jet air intake or an airplane propeller. The dual nostrils underneath kind of look like the monster from Black Lagoon, and the front bumper is supported by what look like hydraulic strokes from the early 1970s, but the bumper is rigidly mounted. This basic design was shared between the top-level Commander and the less expensive Champion, but the parts were not interchangeable. And being a Commander, this will have a different engine than a Champion. Okay, still there. As the top model Commander, this one has Studebaker's 245 cubic inch flathead 6 with 102 horsepower. Keep in mind, Studebaker's overhead valve V8 wouldn't arrive until 1951, the year after this car was made. The bullet nose styling was great when it worked. Sales went from 118,435 in 1949 to a full 320,884,000 cars, nearly tripling. So the crazy styling at the front and the rear of these cars was the right stuff for the time. It used to be a thing for people to take these 50 and 51 bullet nose Studebakers, chop the nose off, and hang it on the wall of a 50s themed restaurant or a diner. I wouldn't insult this car by doing that to it. After all, this is one of only 7,375 2-door hardtop Commanders with the nose and the big glass windows. So it's a pretty rare bird, but it has a lot of rust. So why don't we send it over to Fry River Fitting in Roadkill and have them bring the joke to life? I said, you take the body, lift it off the frame, flip it around 180 degrees, drop the body back down, and then drive through the back window. After all, those guys know where they're going to go. Right, Dave? Don't find me, please. Please don't find me to say that. Well, that's it for this episode on Special Studebakers. You have to remember that Studebaker was building vehicles for personal transportation for a full decade before Henry Ford was even born. But it was the post-World War II era that saw Studebaker's most significant creations. The Gran Turismo Hawk brought Studebaker its first floor on the floor. The Starline Gasser proved that hot rodders love Studebakers too. The 1958 president showed how Studebaker brought carbon headlamps and stinks to an older design on a shoestring budget. And the 1950 Starlight Coupe took wraparound glass to the extreme. Until next time, hasta mañana. This time on Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, it's exercise bikes all the time. Burn those calories. Lose that gut. Get fit. Get hot. On this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, Junkyard Gold, we're back in the Mexico desert playing with block. Chevrolet small block and big block V8. I'm Steve Mignonti, Aqua historian, author, and lover of all things cars. I travel all across the country to uncover the forgotten and hidden gems of the automotive world. This is Roadkill's Junkyard Gold. Chevy muscle cars came in two varieties, high-winding small blocks and stump-footed big blocks. On this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, we're back in Santa Teresa, New Mexico at Joe Duran's Bow Tie Performance. Within this horde of classic Chevys, we're on the hunt for great examples of small block and big block V8 powered bow ties. Let's dig in. Here it is, man. This is beautiful. 68 Vertigo Green Pontiac GTO. This was Motor Trend Magazine's Car of the Year for 1968, and a totally new style known as the co-model design, quite different from the 64 through 67 GTO. This one here does not have the optional Endura front bumper, nor does it have the highway headlights. Again, an option. Another special option is right here on the hood. This is RPO 704, the hood-mounted tachometer. This arrived on GTOs in 1967 as a dealer-installed item. But for 1968, it became a factory assembly line piece. The price was $63.19. It was a great item because as you go down the road power shifting your GTO, you didn't have to look down or through the gauges at the tachometer. You look through the windshield and there it was right in front of you. Now these tachometers, strangely enough, were never picked up by Chevrolet or by the old 442. You'd think, an SS296 would be a very popular option. Never happened. The only other GM muscle car that did use this, 1970 through 72, Buick Skylark GSX. Wow, here it is, man. RPO 704, hood mounted tag. And it's going here. Death Body Firebirds. 1980 Firebird, face only a bandit can love. Ooh, a 1974 Firebird, probably a Trans Am with the round headlights.
I know you don't.
You were Grand National 15x7 steel wheels on over custom. Same bolt pattern, they bolt up. Pretty heavy wheel though. Oh, the dome hood on the 68 Impala tells us this might be something very cool. Yes, this is an SS427 Impala. Very special, full-size, big block Chevy muscle car. A lot of folks think that muscle cars have to be an intermediate-sized car like a Chevelle with a big block engine. It's not true. Between 1961 and 69, the super sport Impalas could be had with big blocks, and they were every bit as much a muscle car as any intermediate-sized car. Now, the SS427 was RPO Z24, and it was available on any V8-powered two-door Impala in 1968. The price was $542.45, but it included many special items. These domed hoods signified that 427 and nothing less. Up on the front, there would be an SS427 emblem, and on the fenders here, the three chrome gills were also only SS427 spec. Okay, well, the engine's missing, and it's often the case with these big block cars. There were two engines possible. The base was the L36, which made 385 horsepower, and had 10 1/4 to 1 compression, a hydraulic camshaft, and a Rochester quad-jet 4-barrel on top of an iron intake manifold. For an additional $447,
I wonder the third person
the L72, which made
Yeah, just
45 horsepower by way of 11 1/4 to 1 compression, a solid liquid 520 liter camshaft, an aluminum intake manifold, and an 855 CFM poly 4-barrel carburetor. But those engines were very rare. Only 562 people bought the L72 in the 1960 SS427. Now, one thing I see here under the hood is the C60 air conditioning unit. Now, the high revving nature of that 427 with the solid lifters could damage the air conditioning compressor. So, with the air conditioner on this one, we know this was built with the base L36, 385 horse, 427. That's still a bunch of engine. Now, the thing about the SS427 option is that it wasn't a specific model. So the VIN and the style code will not identify the car. What you have to look for is style code 164, which at least opens the door to the car being V8 two-door Impala. But with the SS427 equipment seen on the outside of this car, to me, there's no doubt this is the real thing. Believe it or not, the base transmission in the SS427 was the M13 3-speed manual, but for an additional $237, you could step up to the M40 400 3-speed automatic, which most people did. But we see something here, $185 unseen 4-speed. The transmission itself is gone. And here's the console, and here's the shift quadrant right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, reverse. And you got a full-size Chevy like this with a 4-speed and a big block. This is absolutely a muscle car. The vast majority of full-size Chevys like this were automatic grocery getters. This is a really sexy car. Now, a lot of folks assume that Super Sport Impalas automatically came with bucket seats. Well, that was the case early on, but in 1968, you paid extra for the 851 Strato bucket seats. Also present in the 63 AM push-button radio below it. Something pretty rare. This is the remains of the U57 8-track stereo tape system.
Jen loved her game hibiscus hula flames.
I found it.
And thought Brad would be right along a few new exciting additions. And they discovered that when they fixed themselves, they were more than just soulmates. They were setmates. They smash more happy with game.
Vital Farms farmers burn every day for their hens. But couldn't you just sleep in?
Do you like waiting for your breakfast?
Oh, yeah, fine. It's not a time.
Vital Farms. Good eggs, no shortcuts.
The kid is always resting. Must help me out. Always.
Exploring ancient volcanoes.
I know, bitch, he said don't know twice. I said slap the shit. He said 2 minutes. I know.
Make memories of a lifetime with Aqua Expeditions.
This is ad for your money. I know what you're thinking. Every ad is an ad for your money. Like that ad. But this ad isn't like that ad. That ad wants to turn your money into their money. This ad helps to grow your money into more of your money. This ad is for the financial wellness at Acorns. They make it so easy to save and invest. Your money hates that ad. Your money loves this ad. Acorns, grow your own.
Acorns, grow your own.
1968, the SS427 was built with 3 body styles. The convertible, of which 178 were built, the sports coupe with a fastback roof, of which 880 were built, and this, the custom coupe, with its more formal notchback. Only 727
Third person, hi again.
went with this body style.
He's almost hard to eat shit because I didn't.
Full-size, big block 4-speed Chevy.
We're
This
eating shit.
part deserves to be restored. It's very rare. Now, when the engine and tranny are long gone, we can whip up some date code direct replacements, paint it ermine white. And while it might not be as quick or fast as the Crusher Impala, it would probably run some low 14s and be a lot of fun to drive, especially with that 4-speed stick. $70 or so Chevelle. 67 300 Chevelle, 4-door at the bottom of the barrel. Oh man, torque tubes. You know, most folks think about Chevy rear-wheel drive vehicles with leaf springs. They assume it has a rear axle, a live drive shaft. Well, not so fast. Before 1955, Chevy passenger cars like Buicks used a thing called a torque tube. Here we have it here. This is not a drive shaft. This thing does not rotate. The drive shaft's actually inside of it. This is what you'll find under 1954 back Chevrolets, pickup trucks, and passenger cars, except for that. The thing about these is when leaf springs are attached to the rear axle, a torque tube causes a pivot right here, which allows the rear suspension to compress and come back without binding and shoving the torque tube into the transmission and damaging it. So while it looks like something you might swap on your 55 Chevy or something like that, think twice. Torque tube is totally different. 70 El Camino, probably 307.
Ooh, El Camino. El Camino.
67 Malibu, different tail on this thing. Oh man, and the word super should be joined by super sport. And yeah, this is a 1967 SS 396 Chevelle. It's one thing to have the horsepower to a big block Chevrolet and a full-sized Impala. You take that same engine and put it into a mid-sized Chevelle like this, things get serious. And even though the SS 396 was 31 G's shy of the SS 427, these things weighed 500 pounds and less. Now, the Chevelle was offered with the SS 396 package between 1966 and 72 in various forms. To find out if you have a real one, you go to the trim tag where you want to see style code 138. Now, one thing you got to watch out for, in 1967, the same style code 138 was used on Chevelle Concourse four-door station wagons. However, if you read the full style number, the wagon reads out 13835, whereas the SS 396 coupe reads out 13817. So a lot of guys get lazy and say, yeah, I got a real 138 car. And which one is it? A Concourse wagon or Chevelle SS 396? You gotta know the difference. Okay, let's keep looking at the trim tag. You see 747 tells us this car had a red bench seat interior, and the paint code here, CC, means it was ermine white, which we still see traces of on the outside. Other things I see here are drum brakes up front. Now, for 1967, Chevrolet finally launched the J52 optional disc brakes, and it was about time. With these 9.5-inch drum brakes on the front of a 350 horsepower muscle car, they were kind of dangerous. Maybe this car is a drag racer. The reason is I see full bar graphics right here. More than likely, this car was towed to the drag strip, and I understand why the drum brakes are here instead of disc. Deal is, the disc brakes had very heavy castings that weighed about 25 pounds more than the drums. So if you wanted to go from point A to point B as quickly as possible, you wanted the lightest parts you could get. That meant drum brakes. So it could well be this car is shaping up to be an L78, which was the top dog, 375 horsepower, 396. Below that, the L34, which was a 350 horsepower 396, and below that, the L35, the base 325 horsepower 396. So again, 3 flavors of 396 available in 67. Which one you have? Nothing on the cowl tells you. It's all about paperwork, window stickers, bills of sale, and that stuff ain't here right now, so you have to go with the clues. The base transmission in the SS 396 Chevelle was a 3-speed manual with either a column shifter or a floor shifter. What I love on this one here is the clutch pedal and the factory floor shift full. I'm going to bet this one had the optional M20 wide ratio or M21 close ratio on some 4-speed, which was a $184 upcharge. And one thing I'm not seeing that I like are the loaded-on brackets on top of the drive shaft that would signify this car had a center console, a bit of grill that you don't really need in a drag car. Likewise, we know that the trim code 747 tells us this car had a red bench seat interior. Is the back seat, which is red vinyl. The thing about the bench is that it actually weighs about 50 pounds less than the bucket seats. So this car is shaping up as sort of a lightweight drag strip special. One thing I don't see here is the blinker tachometer. I would bet at some point in time there's an aftermarket tach screwed in here someplace, because you don't go drag racing with a stick shift without a tachometer.
All right, why not?
Another detail that speaks to this car's drag racing fast. Wide 60 drag tires.
Number 3 just left again. So it's somebody coming in for a while, hanging out, watching, and going. Wait, watch that number again. That number eventually figure out how long it's coming. They usually disappear pretty quick. Usually disappear and then somebody didn't know they're gone. Watch. You're gonna see that too. Become a 3 again at some point. And it's gonna stay at 3. What is it on your end?
General Motors. But even with that competition, 63,000 cars is not a small number. And these cars were popular then as they are now, with its ermine white paint and red interior. Who knows, maybe it was ordered new by a dentist. So I'd have to restore it right back to factory stock. And there might be an L78. I would say let's make it one. I'd build up the 396 with a solid cam, 11.5 to 1 compression, a big winters, aluminum intake manifold, 850 Holly on top, with some 373 gears in the 12 volt, and go pulling teeth, GTO teeth. Oldsmobile by 71, 72, forward. Chevy pickup, step side. A lot of Camaros in this yard, but I think I need a Mustang. I found a Mustang. Chevy 2 wagon here. Be a fun little car in an LS1. 2-door Nova, hardtop, best ride. Slice and dice over right there. Appreciate the new Mustang. I get to look down inside these cars. Can't do that up to it, that's for sure. Firebird over here to the right. Oh, 427. If this is what it claims to be, this is going to be very cool. Let's see if it's here. Yes. This is a 427 Chevy station wagon. I usually think about the 427 being things like tri-power Corvettes or Copo Camaros, Copo Chevelles. Well, they also run the station wagons. For 1969, Chevrolet released the 427 in two potencies for station wagons. The L36 with 390 horsepower or the LS1 with 335 horsepower. To find out which one we have to go to the machine pad on the block and see the suffix. Okay, LE. This is the LS1. Now, the LS1 nomenclature we know of today, those aluminum Gen 3 engines, it's not new. It was applied to this engine in 1969. And the thing about the LS1, they had single exhaust from the factory, which tells you they were a pretty low mile performance engine. How good is this engine for scavenging? Here's the deal. If you had a 307 Nova or a 607, you plug this motor in with no changes.
There's 3 people here. I'm one of them. You're one of them. And there was a servant. A couple of times. And they just left. Another guy did it. But you're not saying it. I wonder who it is. They did it 4 times tonight.
2-volt 427 block and 10.25 to 1 compression. So this engine, this LS1 427, is really not something you would try to build into a bigger, better engine. You could do it. Well, you'd be better
The
off
2 becomes a 3. I don't know if you see the view. The view.
Wagon in the junkyard. Cool stuff.
Right now.
Nicky, a Graham Brothers fire truck. Graham Brothers built trucks for Dodge Brothers until 1930. K5 Blazer 2-wheel drive. Yeah, some Blazers were 2-wheelers, not all 4. Malibu flatbed car. Camaro Z28 reborn. This one here is a 1980. We know that because of the air induction hood. These were seen on all 1980 and 81 Camaro Z28 only. They work like this. The gas pedal has an electric solenoid and in wide open throttle, a switch kicked on, which opened flapper valves, which then admit cool air into the 4-barrel carburetor, giving the engine an extra 5 to maybe 10 horsepower. Driving down the road during the gas, the doors would open up. You could actually watch it through the windshield. Other details are front fenders with air extractor vents on the sides. And these things actually do work to prevent those lift at high speeds. And 1980 also brought these 5-spoke 15x7 aluminum wheels, replacing the turbine-style wheels used in 1979. And a funny thing about Camaro, unlike Firebird, which eventually grew to include the square headlights, which were all the way in Detroit from 1975 on, Camaro stayed with round headlights right to the bitter end of 1981. The 82 Camaro, the Gen 3, came out with rectangular headlights in a whole different car. Okay, let's look at the hood. So we have a whole lot of nothing. Z28s came with one of two cars sold outside of California. The LM1 350 with 190 horsepower. Rochester Quadrajet, dual exhaust, funneled to a single catalytic converter, but the intake manifold went from high in 1981.
It says 1 here and it says 1 on the YouTube side, and it says 2 on my StreamYard. But my StreamYard does say 3 period, and it does say 3, that says 2, so that means somebody else put it out.
LG4 305 with a mere 155 horsepower, but at least California Z28 customers got a $50 credit for the smaller engine. This Z28 also has the standard heavy-duty disc brakes and high-capacity master cylinder you see right here. Also standard on Z28 was fast ratio power steering and massive front anti-roll bar, bigger than any other Camaro roll bar, matched by one of the back, which gave the Camaro its nickname, the Hugger. In 1980, the only cars that would out-handle the Z28 would have been a Corvette or Firebird Trans Am. Okay, as much as I'd like to see the 4-speed transmission, this one has the
Well,
MX-1 Turbo 350 automatic, which costs $358, a full $215 more than the 4-speed. And of course, California customers got the bone again. No 4-speeds and only the automatic 305. 1980 also brought the 85 mile an hour speedometer seen on all American cars, part of the Drive 55 Safe Gas campaign. And the tachometer here reached a 5,000 RPM. That's the red line. Basically a symptom of the LM1 350's hydraulic camshaft and natures of low RPM torque and much a high RPM screamer. One thing that's not so cool, maybe, is the steering wheel. This was first seen in the 1971 Vega GT and also in 1976 Corvette, where a lot of Corvette owners complained that
the person
driving around a $7,000 car with a $3,000 steering wheel. Slightly changed from the Z28, the addition of fake molded in cotton windings to give it better grip. It's hard black plastic and frankly kind of cheap compared to the rosewood wheels used in earlier Z28s and Z60s. This Z28 is a member of the second generation Camaro family made between 1970 and 1981, and none of them came as a convertible. Well, by 1978, customer complaints were so loud that Chevrolet came out with the CC1 T-top option. Now, in truth, Pontiac Trans Ams had this about 2 years before Camaro, but it works like this. You pull this handle here, and within about 4 seconds, you have a semi-convertible. The only downside is these things were
you, me,
and on the other side of the coin, T-top
somebody
is not
else.
popular with serious road racers because the open loop somewhat compromises the structural integrity of the body shell.
I'm just thinking
On
that
the tail, we see the classic second generation D80 truck
tell
spoiler.
first.
This was designed by Mark Donahue, Chevrolet Star SCC road racer. These developed about 50 pounds of downforce, 100 miles per hour, so it really was functional. The 1970s were a terrible time for high performance. Chevrolet famously dropped the Z28 for 1975 and 76. They thought the performance era was over. Meanwhile, the Pontiac Trans Am took off. Chevrolet recognized the error of their ways and brought the Z28 back. Now, it wasn't a serious muscle car like the cars from the 60s were, but for its day, it was pretty quick. I dare say, with Trans Ams in the late 70s now selling for $50,000 and more, the time has come for the Z28 to do the same thing. I would take this car and restore it right back to LM1 350 transmission status, make the air door work, I paint it blue again, get the graphics on it, hit the road, and maybe make some money in the process.
If you wanted, I charge.
The Chevelle SS396 was one of the most popular Chevy muscle cars of all time. How can we tell if it's really a big block or a small block car? Well, this one here is a 68. And we can confirm this is a 396 car by simply looking at the cowl tag and looking at the first 3 digits of the style line, 138. This car had a 396 up front, no doubt. 1969, here's another one. Something changed. Chevrolet demoted the SS396 from the specific model to an option group on any V8 Malibu 2-door. So, the 138 vanished, replaced by 136, which opens the door to a V8 car. From there, they added the Z15 SS396 package on top of a V8 car. So this doesn't prove anything other than the fact this was once a V8 car. Which V8? We don't know. So now we have to open up our eyes and use our powers of observation.
Yeah, I think that as soon as you said I see 3 and 3, and they realized you were talking about them, they left. So somebody that doesn't want to be recognized or doesn't like to have the same attention.
So it's likely this was
There's somebody that we know. Somebody that I guarantee I know. And they're just checking in on
You
it.
have to have some paperwork to verify the super smart big block status.
Hopefully 7 and 9. Do a fucking meeting.
Big Skyrock, X-Body, Pontiac Ventura. And these are similar to the Nova. 67 Chevelle, small block car, not a super sport, another small block Malibu. Oh man, this here is a very cool car. 1967 Impala Fastback. I'm seeing dual exhaust on this thing. Probably a big block car. 1967 was the first year for the 5th design cycle of the Chevy Impala, which was first seen in 1950. And these are similar to the Nova. 6, which opens the door to a V8 car.
Oh, what's that? I heard him say Skylark.
SS396 package on top of a V8 car. So this doesn't prove anything other than the fact this was once a V8 car. Which V8? We don't know. So now we have to open up our eyes and use our powers of observation. On this one, I do see power boosted in front disc brakes, front sway bar. I see fast ratio power steering.
It's not
I don't see any kind of extra power in the lesser Malibus. So it's likely this was an SS396. This one here, 68, we know it definitely was. So you gotta watch out with 69s. you really have to have some paperwork to verify super sport big block status. Doing Skylark, X-Body, Pontiac Ventura. And these are similar to the Nova. 67 Chevelle, small block car, not a super sport, another small block Malibu. Oh man, this here is a very cool car. 1967 Impala Fastback. I've seen dudes on this thing, probably a big block car. 1967 was the first year for the fifth design cycle of the Chevy Impala, which was first seen in 1958. This one here is one of the more successful full-size fastbacks. It didn't look like an afterthought. The hood, that's a very special thing. That tells us this is an Impala SS 427. Now, 1966 was the debut year for the 7-liter 427, which was Chevrolet's ultimate battle engine in the muscle car wars. But for 1967, Chevy threw it a party by creating the SS 427, which was essentially a showcase for the 427 engine. Now, one thing specific to all SS 427s is this power dome hood. And in the middle of these three fake gills, they're a reference to the 427 Tri-Power L71 Corvette engine that was going to be offered in these cars as an option. And that's why we had three vents in this chrome insert to replicate the 3 two-barrel Holly. But as it turned out, that engine was canceled for the Impala, only used in Corvettes in 1967. So under the hood of this thing, all you'll find is the L36 single 4-barrel 427, but with 385 horsepower, that's still plenty of power. Okay, it's gone. That's the problem with a lot of these full-size 427 cars. Hot Waters would target these vehicles, buy them as used cars, yank the 427, put it in a Camaro, and then throw away the body. It's kind of a shame. Now this one is totally loaded. I see the C60 air conditioner and 40 power steering, which was a $94.80 upcharge. Down low in the engine bay, I see the remains of the factory exhaust manifolds, and these same manifolds were used on all engines from the 396 two-barrel in 1969 all the way to the 427 tri-powers. They're very efficient, high-flow cast iron, almost ahead. Also looking here, we see J52 power front disc brakes. And one thing about those unleaded rotors, they were too big to fit inside the 14-inch rims that were standard on Impalas. So for the first time in 1967, when you've got disc brakes, you also got the 15 by 6-inch rally wheels we see on this car here. Now these rallies would go on to be a staple, a classic Chevrolet performance icon wheel throughout the 1970s and the 80s. We see them here for the first time in 1967. Okay, just like the Chevelle SS, the Impala SS did not come standard with bucket seats in 1967. You paid an extra $158 for the 851 Sparrow buckets, which we have here. Between the seats, I see this. This is the automatic shifter for the optional M40 Turbo 400 automatic transmission. Now, the beauty of the Turbo 400 was that it was the first 3-speed automatic transmission from General Motors with aluminum case and first available in 1967. The 66, the Power Glide 2-speed crab automatic was the only transmission available in an Impala. In fact, the Turbo 400 lived on into the 1980s and 90s, transforming into the 4L80E 4-speed automatic that we love to know today. But we see it right here for the first time. To keep pace with the 460 foot-pounds of torque generated by the 427, these cars hit a special 12-bolt rear axle. The small block cars got a 10-bolt rear axle. The difference is the ring gear diameter of the 10-bolt is 8.2 inches, 12-bolt is 8.8-inch ring gear, stronger, bigger, tougher. Now, this car, being a first-year C24 SS 427, is essentially a very special car because it's Chevrolet celebrating the 427 big block never before as a car that's centered around an engine. I don't dare consult this car with modifications, so it complemented with a restoration. And resprayed mountain green. Now, with the original engine long gone, it's maybe speaking up to 502 or 540 cubic inches, but make it look like a 427. Switch out the Turbo 400 for a 4-speed manual transmission, and then hit the road and really just enjoy the beautiful, smooth fastback styling and show the world the SS 427 package. It's a beautiful car. Well, that's our look at Chevy V8 powered classics. We saw how the small block added excitement to that 1980 Camaro Z28. Now, while small blocks are fun, the big block powered SS 396 Chevelle and that pair of SS 427s stand ready with over 400 foot-pounds of torque for tire smoking thrills. Either way, you can't go wrong with the Chevy V8. Until next time, hasta mañana. also see the N33 tilt column here, which was an $81 option made life a little bit easier. Isn't that right, little puppy dog? That's right. That's right. And if you wanted your Camaro with a convertible top, you were out of luck after 1969. I really do. You want a convertible? I do too. So what we do is we have this little lever here, and we can go on the top. We're going down the road in a convertible style, right, puppy? On this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, we're back in Anderson, Alabama at Stevens Performance, exploring the world of full-size, full-bar, C-body muscle.
C-body muscle. Okay.
I'm Steve Bignanti, autobody historian, author, and lover of all things cars. I travel all across the country to uncover the forgotten and hidden gems of the automotive world. This is Roadkill's Junkyard Gold. We're back in Anderson, Alabama at Stevens Performance, an all-Mopar junkyard with 15 years of packing 3,000 basic Mopars. Most people think of Mopar muscle cars. They think of the compact A-body Darts and Dusters, or the mid-size B-body Chargers, Roadrunners, and GTXs. We have to remember the full-size C-body platform could be added with just as much muscle as any Charger RT or GTX. On this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, let's explore the world of full-size C-body Mopar muscle. A100 Man, Dodge Dart Sport. And this pair of cars right here in the end, this is a 61 Dodge Lancer. That is a 63 Dodge Dart. This is a chance to talk about the fact that Chrysler Corporation used three basic platforms in the 1960s. A-body compact, B-body midsize, and of course the C-body full-size cars. And Chrysler Corporation did use the A-body in Dodge and Plymouth version, but Chrysler itself never got a compact A-body. Now, the Lancer was launched in 61 through 62, but its goal was in 1960 Plymouth Rebellion. Kind of a weird car. Some folks have called this a nightmare frozen in steel. I don't know. It's kind of funky. I like them.
Sorry about that, Chris.
The Dart, by contrast, is a whole different body style. This would eventually evolve into things like the Dart 340, the Heavy Darts of 68. So while these cars have very different styling on the outside, they both share the same compact bump. 72 Fury Grand Coupe highway headlights, kind of cool. 73 Dodge Velar. This is a cop car with the wigwag on the 8-door. And a 1968 Sport Fury convertible. The Sport Fury was a C-body, full-size car, about 20% bigger than a Roadrunner. I see some right here, Commando V8, which tell us this one was not born with the base 318 two-barrel small block, but rather either had the 383 two-barrel, 383 four-barrel, or lucky baby 440 Magnum, which was an option. To see which engine this car was born with, we go to the VIN. I don't believe it. The letter L, 440. The L code 440 Super Commando was also used in the Plymouth GTX. We had a full-size Mopar, short of the 426 Hemi, which was not sold in Fury like this one. So this thing had the hot 440 Super Commando.
I was low in the fucking chair.
84 pounds of torque and a mere $81 over the base 318 two-barrel. I don't know why the whole world didn't select that engine. Standard equipment on all Sport Furies was a center console missing rear and front bucket seats, which added the Sport to the Fury. But something even cooler on this one is the optional 4-speed manual transmission. Here are the pedals. There's the hole in the floor, the distinctive Chrysler tunnel pump. At one point in time, there was an 8833 4-speed manual underneath that floor. Somebody banged gears with a 440 4-speed C-body convertible right here in that 1968. The 2,489 Sport Fury convertibles built, only 497 were built with the 4-speed, and of those, most were 383 each. So a 440 4-speed car, C-body, full-size convertible, 60 or 70 pieces are built statistically infinitesimal. Now the deal with 440 4-speed Mopars is the rear axle. In B-body land,
I'm calling.
Access. You got a Dana 60 rear axle.
Are you gonna help me?
The 8.75 wasn't strong enough. Now, in the world of the C-body, a larger car, I gotta wonder, what kind of rear axle are we gonna find under this thing? Normally, a Dana 60 rear axle is got a triangular at the bottom. This one is definitely a Spicer axle, but it's not a 60 series. To find out which one it is, we scrape this area right here. We cast a number, run the roll to these. That's weird. I don't see a number, but from my junkyard experience, this looks like a Spicer Model 53. Chrysler said, hey, with an 8.75 with a 444 speed isn't going to work. Shock load would probably break the big pinion, cause problems, warranty issues, let's use something else. They reached back into the parts bin and used the Spicer Model 53, also known as a Dana 53. I do see here a limited slip tag, which means we probably have short grip. Yep, there is. I turned the bolt cutter spin in the same direction, and the ratio tag, I'm going to bet that's probably a 323. 43 Royal here, not a 291, not a Braxton 410 ratio. These axles are also used under Lincolns and Mercury's, the late 50s, early 60s, and the ring gear inside of this one is bigger than the 8.75 Chrysler. So here we have the mystery to solve. 440 4-speed C-bodies didn't use it in the 60s. We used a Spicer Dana Model 3.
Dana.
Very cool.
While transformers give their heads a lot of attention, is it really necessary to do that?
Nope. Vital Farms. Good eggs, no shortcuts. Weapons encounters of exotic wildlife. Exploring ancient volcanoes. To swimming with whale sharks. Chasing sunsets. Check off your bucket list with Island Expeditions.
I'm not DCI James Taylor, and his brother John.
Elvis supposed to be a puzzle specialist. I mean, first I get up the angels. I nearly had a breakdown. It's like nothing, fine.
It's a logic puzzle. I think I might have just solved a murder.
This feels big, like sex hard docudrama thing.
Like all 4-barrel big block cars, this 440 has dual exhaust. Now these have sort of a gooseneck shape formed into them, which is factory stock. These are the original tips from 1968. The gooseneck helps the car have extra ground clearance by bending the pipe. Go up an incline, the pipes won't rub as they would if they were straight out the back of the car. It's the trunk. Very cool. Here is the original 11-inch clutch disc from this car's 4-speed past. It has 23 splines, which tells us something. In the world of Chrysler 4-speeds, the ones used behind 440s and Hemis had 18 teeth. It's called the Hemi box. Well, apparently, the 4-speed used in this car was a more pedestrian 23 spline unit, as found with 3 engines. Chrysler thought the Hemi box, the expense of it, wasn't warranted in this full-size C-body application. So this is an amazingly rare and original car, especially with its Elvis Presley scarce rear axle. This thing deserves to be restored back to factory stock. We find a 68 440 Super Commando, same as a Magnum in the Dodge world. A 23 spline 4-speed won't be hard to find. They're swapped ready. Rear axle already here with the short grip. It's restored back to its original white with a blue cut splendor and banks and gears with that 4-speed 440. It'll be a blast. Stacked headlamps until 1968 on full-size full cars, C-bodies. This is a 1965 Sport Fury. This is the year that the Sport Fury grew from the B-body to the C-body platform, and also the second year for a factory 4-speed in any Chrysler product, which once poked right through this hole in the floor, some dang gears from this spot, because the metal dress-up was standing there on these cars. But something kind of weird on this one is the instrument cluster. We see park, reverse, neutral, drive 2-1. So I'm going to bet this is a factory 4-speed that somebody swapped in for the broken instrument panel from an automatic car. You got to keep your eyes open in the junkyard. If it's a factory 4-speed, and I bet it is, this is one of a couple hundred built. Super rare. Chrysler Newport, Ford, or a Monster. Another one. Probably a 383, maybe a 440. Oh, this is neat, a convertible. This is a 1969 Dodge Polara 500. It has bucket seats, that makes it the 500. Dodge advertising in 69 called the Polara what other low-priced cars want to be when they grow up. did, replacing the concave size of 1968's prior with a more bloated, tubular shape. They call it the fuselage styling. These are large cars by comparison to a Dartwood Charger. These are about 25% larger, but they're still cool cars. So we've got the trunk. Okay, this is kind of neat. This is the P45 vacuum trunk release. The Polar was a luxury car, or it could be, when you ordered things like this. You could push a button inside, send a vacuum signal to this diaphragm, and then pull the lever and open the trunk for you. And you see up here, clutch, brake, and gas pedal, all three pedals in place. The factory pump has been excised. That tin doesn't fool me, though. This thing was originally a factory four-speed car. 1969 was the final year that Dodge or Plymouth offered the full-size C-body with the factory four-speed. 1970, it'd be gone. And by 1969, the convertible top was power, the standard equipment, and the instrument cluster on this one has a space for the power top up and down switch, which will not be found on the hard top, obviously. Option P31 was the power window, and they added $105 to the tally. That's
$5 still here, Chris. We'll see if that's
which had 105 horsepower more than the base 230 horsepower 318 tubular. So go figure the same $105 would buy you either the power windows or the 383 four-barrel. $1 per horsepower, I think I'll take the 383. Speaking of which, let's see if it's still there under the hood. Yeah, of course. The engine is missing, but we can learn what was here by going to the fender cab. We see E63. This was born with the 383 Magnum four-barrel engine with 335 horsepower, essentially the same engine used in the Roadrunner and Challenger RTs as a base engine in 1970. The only thing better would have been the 440, which was optional. At the front of this 69, we also see the first year 4 no-stack headlights on the full-size Dodges. They went to horizontal outline here. And look at this. This is the Superlight. Superlight was an option for $50. It was a quartz iodine light, which was aimed always at the right-hand side of the road. The idea was you could drive at night with your Superlight on and not have to worry about dimming the high beams for oncoming drivers. The Superlight system and bulb were designed by Sylvania Electric Company of Danvers, Massachusetts, where my grandmother spent her entire career. The Monaco and Polara used a die-cast metal grill, and when ordered with the Superlight, the grill was specific. It was a circular hole cut into the metal pins. This is not some quick add-on piece. This is factory installed. The Superlight's been removed, but the flange and the wiring harness and the receiver for the bulb are still here. The Superlight was only seen in 1969 and 70. It was illegal in some states, and it wasn't very popular. People didn't quite understand it. Although today, every car has halogen headlights. If this were mine, well, it's too far gone. The rust on this thing is worse than the Titanic. But at one point in time, this was a fresh, light blue, beautiful, 4-speed, 383 convertible Polar 500. And the final year for the 4-speed C-Club.
Yeah. I should be eating, but
65 to the satellite to the basis of the
I feel myself home. Nothing short, man. Get sick every time I try to eat.
Newport, Rhode Island, home of the Newport Jazz Festival. I don't think these cars have anything to do with jazz music. 67 Fury 3 wagon, family hauler, sold new at Lee Bentley in Huntsville, Alabama, Rocket City, USA. Wow, the horizontal stroke stripe from the 70 Sport Fury tells us it's something special. This is an S23. In 1970, the Fury lineup consisted of the Fury 1, Fury 2, Fury 3, Sport Fury GT, and this Sport Fury S23. Only available in 1970, the S23 was something of an insurance buster, which had all the plumage, and by adding the horizontal stroke stripe, the S23 looked like the Sport Fury GT, but didn't have quite the punch. The stripe on this was actually reflective, made by 3.
Yeah, I gotta eat in the film all day.
The black graphic reflected light was actually sold as a safety feature, and the same 3M tape material was used in 1969 by the Ford Mustang Mach 1, which also lit up at night. The engine's been removed from this one, but we can learn what it was born with by looking at the fender tag. You see E44. Okay, this car was built with the base 318 two-barrel, the 230 horsepower. Optional were the 383 two-barrel and 383 four-barrel, but the big 440 was strictly off limits, only available in the Sport Fury GT. And here's the thing: the base price on the S23 was $3,379, a full $546 less than the 440-powered Sport Fury GT. But from the outside, you can't tell the difference. Back in 1970, if you had a big engine in your car, you paid extra to the insurance company. This car, got around that. All Sport Furies, the GT and the S23, came with this very cool grille. Blacked out, has a big chrome horizontal loop, and it was Plymouth's first hideaway headlamp grille. These are made of metal. The track that can go down with electric motors, unlike the plastic doors used on Chargers in 1970. Lesser Furies would have had exposed headlamps and a friendlier chrome-type grille. This is a mean, wide, menacing-looking car. On this S23, the power brake booster activates the 11-inch drum brakes, which were standard. Optional were 11-inch disc brakes. Specific wheels were seen on S23s and Sport Fury GTs. They're 15 by 6 inches with 16 rectangular slots all the way around, and this cool center cap, which is unique to these rims. These 15-inch wheels also allow the use of 15-inch tires for better handling, whereas lesser Fury 1, 2, and 3s would have had 14-inch wheels and tires. Inside, the only manual transmission offered in 1970 was the 3-speed on the call. The 4-speed was gone after 1969. This one is the optional torque flight behind the 318, an automatic transmission. Front bucket seats were standard in Sport Furies, and this one on the transmission tunnel has sides of the brackets that once held the center armrest / bloody seat. Two buckets could be made into a bench by folding up the armrest and turning it into a third spot for a third passenger in front. I love how the S23 reflective strobe stripe makes its way all around the belt light of the car. In the trunk, a lot of goodies here. All Sport Furies came with the big 8 3/4 Chrysler rear axle. On the S23, no matter what engine you got, 318 or 383, the standard acceleration was 323-1 versus the 276 or the 293 ratio seen on the lesser Fury 1, 2, and 3s. It gave the engine a little more torque multiplication and better off-the-line torque without doing anything under the hood of the engine. Again, the actual standard in S23. Now, this is a very rare car. Of the 25,695 Sport Furies built in 1970, only 689 S23s. Incredibly uncommon. It's kind of rusty, but there's enough of it here to restore. I'd say let's go with the stock restoration button packet full of 572 cubic inches worth of Mopar Performance Handy crate engine, 650 horsepower, 660 foot-pounds of torque. This S23 insurance buster imposter could pull up to any Sport Fury GT with a 440 and stomp on it. I would be stripe on this one, Charger 69, but I don't see the RT here, so this is probably somebody's imagination or perhaps a little bit of envy. If they wanted an RT, so they painted a stripe, but we're not cool. We don't matter. '70 Imperial, massive. Another Imperial. These are often donors for their 440 engines. How cool is this? 1970, this is a Sport Suburban. And 1970 was the first year that the Sport Fury line was expanded to include wagons and four-doors. A lot of you GM guys will know that the word Suburban is one of the oldest names in the business, going all the way back to about 1936 or so, as a General Motors Chevrolet SUV vehicle. But in the 1950s and 60s and early 70s, Plymouth also used the term Suburban on cars like this. One detail I love on all 1970 Furies is the hood. They're pressed with these double humps that are pure muscle. This also has the optional turn signal indicators. The hump has a hole punched into it, and these die-cast turn signal indicators are in place so that when you hit the direction, you can see the car blinking through the windshield instead of through the dashboard. And when you add the optional 383 engine, you got these emblems right here on top of each hood blister. This one has 383, although the 440 was also seen on the Sport Fury GT in 1970. So this is basically a muscle car station wagon. Pretty cool. Five or six Plymouth VIP, 71 Chrysler Newport, hideaway headlights, the strobe stripe down the side, Daddy Longlegs Part 2. We just saw the Plymouth S23, that 1970 imposter. Well, the Sport Fury GT is the real thing. They were only made in 70 and 71, and this is a 1971, the second and final version of the Sport Fury GT. And this car is unique in so many ways. Let's dig in. In 1970, the Plymouth Sport Fury arrived on the scene as the biggest member of the Plymouth Rapid Transit system. The cars were guaranteed to run 14 second quarter miles. A car as big as the C-body Sport Fury, that meant 440 power. While the 1970 Sport Fury GT had a 440, it was the base 350 horse engine found in station wagons. And for 1971, Plymouth stepped things up with the big dog, 375 horse 440 Super Commander, the same engine used in the GTX and the Cuda, which would have been under the engine bay of this car here. The difference between the standard 440 and the 440 Super Commander came down to camshaft timing, carburetor jetting, and the exhaust manifolds. The manifolds were changed to a more streamlined design. They call it the high upswept exhaust manifolds, and it helped pump power from 350 to 375 horsepower. The detail seen on all Sport Fury is the hoop grille. In 1971, it's broken into 8 segments, but it has the same hideaway headlamps with electric motors and metal doors. Another detail added in 71 only to the Sport Fury GT are the 6 big vents on top of the front fenders, and these are not all the same size. They're big, smaller, small. So if you need these things for restoration, good luck finding them. Luckily, this car is pretty much intact and they're still here. And like all good Mopar muscle cars, there's plenty of bright work and plumage to be seen on Sport Fury GT. For 1971, tended to change up the hood. The flat hood for dual bunks in 1970 gave way to a flat hood with a center spine. This bright graphic, which is now faded, once read GT 440 in reflective 3N tape. Bring it back on. Voila, it's 1971 all over again. And like the 1970 Sport Fury GT, the strokes right down the side of the car remain, although it was changed up to become blockier, but still reflective. Inside the Sport Fury GT, there were no special graphics beyond the usual Sport Fury emblems. You do see bucket seats, which were standard equipment. In the middle, we have the buddy seat, which we hinted at in that S23. We saw the remains of it. When it's down, you got an armrest, and you lift it up. There you go. You get 3 across in the front. Transmission choices came down to 1, the automatic transmission, in this case the 727 torque plate. This one could have had an optional console shifter, a little sportier, but this was ordered with the basic 3 on the column, the torque plate up there. Like the Fury S23, the Sport Fury GT rode on special 58x6 wheels with 16 slots and 870/15 Goodyear polyglass tires. Well, this one has day 2 modification in the form of Cragar SS Max. More recently, the Cragar Max has been given something called the Unilog. That means the holes for the lugs are oval, so they can use on Ford, Chrysler, and GM cars. Well, these are old school Cragars with the round hole. So these are probably bolts on this car back in 1971. Price on this car when new was $1,090, a full $415 more than a GTX Coupe and $615 more than a Cuda Coupe. So these things were not cheap. And of the 84,172 Sport Furies built in 1971, only 375 were Sport Fury GTs with the 440 Super Nano. This is a super rare car, so it has to be restored. I take it right back to square one, tack a 440 Super Commander on the hood, high up shift torque plate under the floor pan. I keep the 8 3/4 with its 323 gears, and I put it on a set of Cragar SS Max. No Uniluxe keys. '70 Satellite, and the fender flares don't lie. This is a Dodge Magnum GT. Magnums were only sold in 1978 and 79. Basically, Magnum was Charger's replacement. But in 78, Dodge sold the Charger and the Magnum side by side. By this point in time, the Heavys were gone, the 6-packs were gone, and the GT was as sporty as things got. One determiner on the GT are these steel and rubber fender flares right here. A lot of folks think that the new Dodge Challenger Demon is the first car with a wide body kit. Not so fast. Another detail we see on this one here are the T-tops, which cost $643 in 1978. Move the handle, lift this up, and now we have the next best thing to a convertible. This Magnum is one of 47,827 built in 1978, but of them, only 8,608 were GTs with the rubber fender flares. This is a pretty cool car. At the end of the line with the V-block. 1969 Plymouth Fury 2-door. 67 or so. Oh, 1970 Sport Fury. Cool car. We can always tell the Sport Furies by the hidden headlights and the new for 1970 wraparound blue chrome grille. The first Fury was seen in 1956 and had a 303 cubic inch V8 with 240 horsepower and was really a revelation for Plymouth, which before 1955 was strictly 6-cylinder flathead powered boring cars. The Fury really brought Plymouth into the youth market. 1959 brought the Sport Fury, which through 1969 was only a 2-door model. Well, for 1970, Plymouth expanded the Sport Fury brand to include wagons, 4-doors, but for me, the 2-door fastbacks are the best. 1969 did bring something new in the world of brakes. The drums were really so it heats created by the drum. It radiates into the fins and then dissipates into the estuary. By contrast, the previous drums would be smooth castings like this here. Disc brakes were optional on series in 1969 and 70, but this one has the original drums.
Cheers.
Now, being a C body, the Sport Fury is a semi-unitized design. And basically, semi-unitized means that the unitized part is from the firewall back, where the entire vehicle and frame is one piece. The non-unitized part is the subframe, which bolts to the underside of the floor. By contrast, the A body, B body, and E bodies were fully unitized, like this Charger body. That means that the inner fenders, the engine support, and front suspension are permanently welded to the body shell. So either way, unitized or semi-unitized was cheaper to make, lighter, and also did a better job of isolating road noise than body-on-frame. Sport Furies came with a bench seat up front. Sport Furies came standard with bucket seats. These are the first generation. They're square-topped with separate headrests, with a running change, which brought in the high-back bucket seat, which is similar to what was found in the Dodge Challenger and to the Barracuda in 1970. Earlier in this episode, we saw that 1970 S23 Fury and 71 Sport Fury GT. They had the funny seat. Well, this one had what they should have had: the full-length C16 center console for a mere $54.45. The console went between the seats, and the automatic shifter would have sprouted out from the floor. Very sporty. This car is an original FD5 Valley Red Sport Fury. With black vinyl top and bright red paint, this thing must have been a stunner when it was new. Of the 39,268 Sport Furies built in 1970, only 5,688 were fastbacks like this one. So it's a pretty special car. Now, this one was born at 318 with a little amount of Ford work life. There's no reason you couldn't change it up. We spray it in that rally red with a fresh vinyl top on it. They're 426 street heavy with an air grabber hood, a 4-speed pistol grip, Dana 60 rear axle. It's 15x7 rallies on this thing. You go chase some road runners. Well, that's our show. We saw how 4-speed manual transmissions and big block V8s added muscle car attitude to the 1968 Plymouth Sport Fury and 1969 Dodge Polara 500. We also saw all three performance variations of the 1970 and 71 Plymouth Fury, the Sport Fury, the S23, and the Sport Fury GT. All told, the next time somebody starts bragging about a 340 Duster or a 446 Max Super, we remind them the full-size C-body could be just as potent. Until next time, hasta mañana. Rumble, please. Okay. Yeah, it's under a lot of grease. Should speed this part up, I suppose.
What'd you find to eat, Chris? Anything interesting?
On this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, we're back at K&K Motors Incorporated, exploring the world of Buick muscle. We're going fast with class.
Really? Ah! Chaz is fucking. I'm done. I'm done with you guys, dude. You too. Yeah, you fucking pissed the wrong fucking spot now, motherfucker. Shut up. So here's, I was right there, Chris. Fucking cat side, fucking pissing what it shouldn't have. both. Yeah. Sad. I don't want to fucking answer my goddamn phone calls. I've got a sprain places in all. With that person. Okay. Hey, Chris, you still there? I don't think you are. You're gone for the next one. I'm so mad at you right now. So fucking pissed. You pissed. Why'd you piss on my shit? Why are you pissing me off wrong? Like, hey, oh, your mother won't answer. Alright, that's soup on now. I'm gonna stop pissing because of. Yo, Chris, where the fuck you at, yo? You get that bite to eat. Where you at? I fall asleep. You help me figure out how to get a hold of mine. So I can get one more. Yeah, but I what are you fucking doing, man? Really fine situation. I forgot the heaters this year. What is supposed to pick up on Wednesday? I got some ramen. That's all I'm telling. First, are you there? Who is there? so I know. Oh, yes, I'm eating good.
I'm Steve Mignogni, hot historian, author, and lover of all things cars. I travel all across the country to uncover the forgotten and hidden gems of the automotive world. This is Roadkill's Junkyard Gold. When better cars are built, Buick will build them. That was one of Buick's better-known ad campaigns. On this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, we're in Graham, Texas at K&K Motors, where over 10,000 cars cover 67 acres. Among them are many great examples of Buick muscle just waiting to be explored. 1967 was the year that Chevrolet and Buick both launched their 350 cubic inch V8 engines. How do you tell them apart? They're both red when they were new. Well, here's the thing. The Chevy small block has its ignition distributor on the back of the engine. The Buick put it up front on the driver's side, where it's a little bit easier to service. Digging deeper, when you pull the valve cover off, inside of a Chevy you'll find stamped steel rocker arms with ball stud mounts, while Buick used shaft-mounted rocker arms mounted on pedestals. And the rocker arms are die-cast metal, so the Chevy and Buick 350s are similar, but not the same. Dodge Power Ram 150 all-wheel drive half-ton pickup. 67 El Camino. Oh, a Buick Riviera. This one's a 1966. This is the second generation Riviera. Now, the first Riviera launched in 1963. It was Buick's first personal luxury car. By 1966, the wheelbase grew from 209 to 211 inches, and curb weight blossomed from 4141 to 4,316 pounds. These were big cars, and they were only available as two-door coupes. The thing that makes this one stand out is the fact that it has these GS logos on the fenders and up on the grill. That means that somebody paid $176.82 for RPO 89. The Grand Sport package was transformed a Riviera into a senior muscle car. Now, in 1965, the first year for the Grand Sport, that would have meant a 425 with dual Carter four-girl carburetors. But for 1966, dual quads relegated to an option on top of the Grand Sport. So what this one has is the big 425 in its final year with a Rochester Quadrajet intake manifold. Kind of weird. The Spreadmore Rochester Quadrajet, which was a very modern carburetor designed for fuel efficiency, was installed on the antique nailhead. So to see a Rochester Quadrajet manifold on a nailhead is a really rare one-year piece. An additional $179 would have got the optional Super Wildcat dual quad 425 with 370 horsepower. This thing packs 340 horse, which is plenty to put this thing down the road. And also, it has 465 foot-pounds of torque. I do see on this one it has the standard power brakes, power steering, optional air conditioning, and 1966 was the final year for the single-circuit master cylinder. One detail found on all 1965 through 69 Rivieras is hideaway headlights. Hit the switch, and these things rotate in an up position, giving you a full grille effect. And it looks kind of weird with the headlights hanging like this, but the hood came down and covered them up. That was the whole deal on this design. Inside, even though the Grand Sport transformed the Riviera into a muscle car, what you couldn't get in any Riviera was floor on the floor. In fact, no manual transmissions of any kind were ever offered in Riviera from the beginning to the end. In this one, we see the automatic shifted up on the steering column with a turbo 400 underneath the floor. An option would have been a console shifted automatic between the front seats. And speaking of seats, 66 was the first year that Riviera could be had with a standard front bench seat, which for the first time made it a possible 6-passenger car. This one has the straddle buckets, which are an option, and because of the column shifted automatic, it has the abbreviated center console. If this was ordered with the floor shifted on, it would have a full-length console. 1966 also brought a new rear axle. Even though this second generation Buick Riviera has the 425 cubic inch nail head, the Buick engineers knew that for 1967 the 430 cubic inch second generation Buick V8 would arrive. That would eventually go to 455 cubic inches with 500 foot-pounds of torque. So a new rear axle was needed. This is a Salisbury style rear axle, and inside here we find a large 9-inch ring gear. This car, being a Grand Sport, should have a positive traction differential. Well, I see an open differential on this one, so somebody's been in here. They probably robbed the limits of the differential and put it into another car. But I do see the 323 gear ratio in this one, which was standard on Grand Sport. Standard Rivieras would have had a 3:7 axle ratio with thinner gear. The 323 gear set gave these cars a little bit better acceleration. This is a good example of the monster axle seen from 66 on up, including the big 12-inch finned iron drum brakes seen on all Buicks from about 1959 all the way up into the early 1970s. In total, there were 45,348 Rivieras built in 1966, an all-time high sales number. But of them, only 5,718 were Grand Sport muscle cars. Makes it special. So I think I'd be forced to restore this car back to original condition. I'd resprayed its medium green metallic, reinstalled the vinyl top, but I changed one thing. I'd find a factory dual quad setup for the 425, and then show the world you could still get full-size Buick muscle cars with dual quads as late as 1966.
Vital Farms farmers are up early every day for their hens, but couldn't you just sleep in?
Do you like waiting for your breakfast?
Vital Farms, good eggs, no shortcuts.
You see challenges as opportunities. You make even the most extraordinary dreams real. Introducing the all-new Passport Trail Speed, our most capable underlings.
This is Carl. He never really thought much about his credit scores until he got Credit Karma and used his credit scores to move on up. By putting in work to improve his scores, he got access to a better credit card and that selfish life. And when it came time to buy a home of his own, Credit Karma helped him take things to the next level. Just in time. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on. Download the app today.
These are Datsun Z cars. Mid-80s, these things got larger and larger. They started out in 1971 as the 240Z, very, very pure sports car. That's a 280ZX. This is a 3000Z V6 power. By the time you get to these things, these are pretty good sports cars. Oh, the 71 Firebird. Now, Buick never got their own pony car. You have to wonder what it have been like. I'm going to guess they might have called it Wildcat or maybe Skylark. The early 70s were not a good time for pony cars. In fact, Camaro sales were down 8.6%. Javelin was down 4%. Mustang sales were down 24% on that big Gen 2 version. Barracuda and Challenger down 66 and 64%. And Cougar was down 13%. Only Firebird enjoyed an increase of 9% over 1970. So was there room for a Buick pony car? No way. This one was an Esprit, not a Formula 4 Trans Am. So this one has the standard 352 barrel, which was the base V8 and Firebird. The idea of this thing reads, oh wow, 10006. This is the sixth car off the Van Nuys California line. Earlier this season on episode 23, we saw a 67 Camaro number 125. That too was a very special early car. So we call these pilot cars. They're built in slow motion. help the line workers get a better handle on what's different about the new model year cars versus last year's car. Are they worth more? Sometimes. Pilot cars have been known to contain prototype parts. If you pull the headliner down or the cardboard door panels, you might find prototype markings or differences in them versus full production cars. So they can be pretty cool. But this 71 Pontiac begs the question, what would a Buick 40 car have been like? It's a question we'll never know the answer to. 71 Camaro, 73 Monte Carlo, two very different takes on a two-door personal car. Chevy Silverado Model 20, 3+3 cab. Oh, and a 1969 Buick Skylark GS 400. That hood doesn't lie. Buick is one of the first companies to make a small car and a big engine with the 1936 Century, which was the compact special with the V8 heart of the Roadmaster. But by 1960, the muscle car movement was starting to kick in, and Buick was falling behind. By 1965, Buick launched its first muscle car in the form of the GS 400, and by 1968, the second generation of the Skylark was out. This is a 69, but it suffers from something called sweep spear styling. Sweep spear styling was a Buick styling trait that started in 1949 and consisted of a long line coming down the side of the car. How to make the car look either graceful or like it was melting, you choose. But by 1968 and 69, it made the car look heavy. People didn't really like them, and the sales of these things fell behind. But one thing I love about the GS 400 is the hood scoop. It really works. Wow, what a rare treat. This is fully intact. Now, you remember, 1969, Chevelle didn't even offer cold air hoods, and on a 442 Oldsmobile or Pontiac GTO, we paid plenty extra for the W30 or the Ram Air. Here on the GS400, it was standard equipment. It consists of a round air cleaner with a pair of dual snorkels that seal against the bottom of the hood scoops. These draw cool air into the engine, which is cooler and denser and allows the engine to make more horsepower. But you might wonder, with these scoops facing up to the sky, what about rain? What about snow? Little tiny holes here allow rain and moisture to drain out down the bottom. Underneath this air cleaner, we see the original Rochester Quadjet, which is similar to the carburetor we saw for the 66 Buick Riviera. The 400 engine in this car is a second generation Buick V8, not to be confused with the 401 nailhead used in 65 and 66 GS 400s. This engine is actually quite a bit better. It's got bigger valves, 2-inch intakes, and 1.62 exhaust valves, which are 18% larger than the valves used in the nailhead. And that helped the power of the 400 jump from 325 to a full 340. And this 400 made 440 foot-pounds of torque. This one is so complete, it's cool to see the bracket that supports the front of the dual snorkel air cleaner. That part is usually missing after so many years. Okay, let's find out what transmission this one has. While the full-size Buick Riviera Grand Sport could never be had with a manual transmission, the Skylark Grand Sport started with a 3-speed stick and then worked up to a 4-speed manual. This one has a Turbo 400 automatic, which costs an additional $227.04. While the GS 400 was a specific model which cost $334 more than a basic Skylark, Buick still charged extra for popular items like the straddle front bucket seat and the center console. This one does have the standard Buick steering wheel, which is not very pretty, but there was a Corvette-inspired wood rim steering wheel for $31.60. What kind of rear axle did Buick put under the GS 400? Let's find out. Okay, well, I don't see a limited slip tag on this one, which doesn't surprise me. Back in '69, Buick charged an additional $42.13 for what they called their positive traction axle. The rear axle used under this car was the BOP Kemble, which was launched in 1964. It's a medium-duty axle, but the good news is the skinny tires installed on muscle cars back in the 60s and early 70s would have preserved it from major stress. But if you add slicks to these things, especially the stick shift, the clock was ticking. The base price of the GS 400 in 1969 was $3,181. Sounds like a bargain. Well, an SS 396 Chevelle was $282 less. A Pontiac GTO was $80 less, or a 442 Oldsmobile for $31 less. So it's no wonder that Buick only sold 8,132 of these cars. The competition had them covered. But it's a true muscle car and deserves to live on. I wouldn't squander $100,000 in a concourse restoration. But for about $10,000, we can revive this car, make it presentable, and then show it to the world and prove that Buick ran their systems for free. Dodge pickup mid-50s, curved windshield 2-piece hood, job rated, and a couple of Jeep Wagoneers. Now, was Buick involved in the SUV market in the 60s? No or yes? The Jeep Wagoneer from 1967 through 1971 used a Buick 350. Here's the story. The Wagoneer was launched in 63. At that point in time, was strictly six-cylinder powered. In 1965, Jeep went to Rambler and borrowed their 327 V8 as an option. When Rambler dropped the 327 after 1966, Jeep turned to General Motors, which then allowed them to utilize the 350 Dauntless V8, which was a Buick. But here's the thing. In 1971, American Motors bought Jeep and replaced the GM-sourced 350 with their own 360s and 401s. The trouble is, both of these engines have the distributor up front and look pretty similar, which has caused a lot of confusion in the parts store over the years. So how do you tell the difference? Here's the quick tip. You look at the passenger side of the engine, if you see the oil filter prominently displayed, you know you're looking at a Buick. Now you know. The junkyard is like a morgue, except parts are for sale. Instead of pulling the parts in real time, a lot of junkyards will grab the parts, harvest them off the dabbers, the car dabbers. Nothing goes to waste in the junkyard, if you're doing it right. Headlights, throttle bodies, steering columns, and a red Buick GS 455. This is a 1970 Grand Sport convertible. This is the year that things got very real at General Motors. All through the 1960s, mid-sized cars were limited to a 400 cubic inch displacement maximum. Meanwhile, Fords had 428s, Mopars had 440s. GM was kind of behind the ball until 1970. Now, the 1970 455 grew out of the second generation Buick, which was a 430 cubic inch engine introduced in 1967. Basically, Buick gave the 430 125 thousandths over more, which resulted in the 455. The torque went from 475 foot-pounds to 510 foot-pounds, an awesome amount of torque for a mid-sized car. And the great thing about all Buick Grand Sports from 1969 through 72 is they came standard with cold air induction. This is a different setup than we saw in that 69, which had a power dome for 70 through 72. Buick went to these flush-mounted ducts, which feed air to the same kind of an air cleaner underneath. Okay, let's see if that 455 is still in place.
Nope.
Okay, somebody robbed it. And before we believe this car is really a GS 455, we have to go to the trim tag. And yeah, 446, verifying this is absolutely nothing less than a GS 455 convertible. Paint code 75 tells us this car was always flame red. It's not a respray. So a very special car. And I see here we do have air conditioning, which is a $376 option. Power steering, $105. Power brakes for $64. Another detail specific to the GS 455 is a very special motor mount. The stamped steel mounts used on 350 and 400 cars were tearing, and as a result, the 455's got these cast steel motor mounts. Believe it or not, the base transmission on the GS 455 was the 3-speed manual with a 4-shifter. Only 18 convertibles were built with the 3-speed manual in 1970. Beyond that, 126 were built with the 4 on the floor, but this is one of 1,040 built with the turbo 400 automatic transmission. A good automatic, heavy-duty internals, high upshift governor, and wide-open throttle. This thing would shift at 5,500 RPM, nearly 1,000 RPM higher than a 350 cubic inch Buick Skylark. To save cost, Buick shared the same instrument cluster between coupes and convertibles, but with one difference. There's an insert for the power convertible top control lever. This switch triggers an electric pump, which then pumps hydraulic fluid, raises the roof, so you can have closed enjoyment, or, of course, lowers it on a sunny day. With 455 cubic inches, there were 510 foot-pounds of torque, one of the highest numbers in the industry. That's what kind of rear axle Buick used. Well, that's a surprise. That is a Chevelle 12-bolt. We know that because the bottom bolts are side by side. What this car would have been born with was something called the BOP 10-bolt rear axle. In fact, we saw one in that 69 GS 400 a couple of minutes ago. The name BOP stands for Buick Old Pontiac, as in that we used in all 3 of those makes. Inside the BOP 10-bolt is a ring gear that's only 8.2 inches in diameter, pretty small for a 455 cubic inch engine. And by contrast, the 66 Riviera GS that we saw had that big 9 3/8 inch ring gear. For whatever reason, Buick never adopted the big axle for these cars, even with the 455. Now, this being convertible will also be built on a special frame with boxed side members and 4 additional body mounts to compensate for the stiffness lost by the convertible body style. The base price of this GS 455 convertible in 1970 was $3,469, $23 less than a GTO convertible, which gave you a 400 cubic inch engine. For $23, I'll take those 55 cubic inches. As one of only 1,184 built, this car deserves to be restored, and best of all, it's a rust-free Texas shell. Now, the engine and trim you're missing, so it's not like it's ever going to be numbers matching. So I'd restore the car, I'd spray it flame red, revive the white interior and white top, but I'd have some fun with the engine. Grab a TA Performance aluminum block, aluminum heads, and then pack it full of a Bold X 4.5 inch stronger crank. That would give us 540 cubic inches, and then go chase Chevelle LS6s without fear. The 80s and 90s were the era of minivans and front-wheel drive, right? Well, not so fast. You would get a better idea in 1991 when they relaunched the Great American Station Wagon with the Roadmaster Estate. These were built between 1991 and 1996, and the great thing about these was the Vista Dome roof, which was a throwback to the Buick Sport Wagon and Olds Vista Cruiser of the 1960s. But best of all, these were all V8 powered, and this one is the heart of a Corvette. That's the LT1, which is the second-gen small block Chevy. These were installed in 94 through 96 Roadmaster Estates. The earlier ones used a standard first-generation 350 with 180 horsepower. The Gen 2 LT1 bumped that up by 80 horsepower to 260 horsepower. Thanks to high-flow exhaust manifolds, aluminum cylinder heads, crank trigger ignition, reverse cooling, and they even went so far as to get rid of the drag of the mechanical fan, replacing it with an electric water pump. It's the little details that add up. This is the engine oil coolant, which is only available with the trailer towing package. And that tells us the differential in this car will have a limited slip with 294 gears versus the 276 gears used in standard non-trailer towing vehicles. These cars were all built at General Motors' Arlington, Texas plant, which is about 108 miles away from where we're standing here in Graham, Texas at K&K Motors. So this car isn't that far from where I was born. But we can thank Buick for giving the Great American rear-wheel drive station wagon one last gasp. '65 Thunderbird. Like most junkyards, K&K Motors take some of their better cars and they put them in the front line instead of stacking them up. I get it. Cars like this 69 AMX, 4-speed, Stripes, it's a go-pack car. Speaking of Stripes, if that's what I think it is, it's a Buick GSX, which was launched midway through 1970. It was basically the ultimate Buick muscle car. The GSX package was RPO code A9, and it added $1,195 to a basic GS 455, and included this crazy trunk spoiler and the graphics we see on it. The trouble is, GSXs were only sold in two colors, Saturn Yellow and Apollo White. This is obviously a red car, but again, these things often got resprayed, so let's add up the clues and see if it really is a GSX. If it is, it's one of only 678 made. Okay, GSX came standard with positive traction, and yeah, there's the tag on it that says use limited slip differential fluid only. To find out more, we have to go to the interior. Okay, well, this is good news and bad news. The good news, it's a bucket seat interior with a console with GS logos on the side panels. The bad news is the GSX only came with black interiors. This is a white interior. Now, it is possible the original black seats and panels were trashed at some point and replaced with white. I'm an optimist. Let's keep adding clues. For that, we go to the trim tag. Okay, as I make my way to the trim tag, I notice this. That's a drum brake, which could be had on a GS 455. But here's the thing. GSXs came standard with front power disc brakes. But it's possible this car was bought by somebody who enjoyed drag racing. Perhaps along the way in the 1970s, he took those disc brakes off and replaced them with these drums. After all, the discs weigh about 15 pounds more than the drums. Let's assume that's the case. Okay, GSX emblem in the grille hasn't been accounted for. I don't see the hood tag that would be on top of the hood. That would be a standard item with the GSX. Okay, let's lift the hood and look at the paint code on the trim tag. And what do we have? Okay, code 75, fire red. It's not yellow, it's not white, so this cannot be a 1970 GSX. Instead, it appears to be an original GS 455 that's been given the GSX makeover. But the fender emblems that reach stage 1 are the next best thing. For an additional $157.43, the stage 1 bumped the regular 455 from 350 to 260 horsepower. Torque stayed the same at 510. The reality is, 360 was more like 390 or 400. These things were seriously underrated. The intake valves went from 200 to 212. The exhaust valves, which were standard 162s, were enlarged to 175s. You got a 490 lift camshaft. The compression went from 10 to 10.5 to 1. Additionally, the Stage 1 came with a richer quadrijet 4-barrel carburetor. Valve springs were doubles, which allowed the engine to rev over 6,000 RPM. And finally, every Stage 1 engine was topped with chrome valve covers. These cars were quick. In Motor Trend's January 1970 issue, one of these things was tested and ran a low 13 to 105 miles per hour. And a lot of Hemi guys were jealous of these cars. They were darn quick. This has been treated some day 2 modifications as an Edelbrock P4V dual-plane intake manifold, a Holly 4-barrel in the place of the Rochester quadrijet, and in place of the cast-iron exhaust manifolds, a set of headers. The only downside is that open element 14-inch air cleaner defeats the factory ram air on this car. But this was somebody's weekend warrior. As a real deal 70 Stage 1 GS 455, this car deserves nothing but a restoration. So I'd go ahead and respray it fire red, give it a fresh white interior, and yeah, even do the white vinyl top over again. But the one thing I would not have is the GSX tape stripes. They're not right for the car, and I get sick of people asking about them. Well, that's our show. Even though Buick was one of General Motors' more conservative divisions, we saw they catered to the full-size muscle car market with that 1966 Riviera Grand Sport. The 69 GS 400 started Buick's trend of adding functional cold air systems to all GS Buicks without extra charge. And finally, that pair of 70 GS 455s and the Pontiac GTO covered by 55 cubic inches. These great Buicks all let their owners go fast with class. This is the final episode for this season. Check out Roadkill Extras for bonus content and great stuff that just wouldn't fit in the normal episodes. And to see what I'm up to, check out stevebags.com. Until next season, yes, we'll be back. Hasta Migante. On this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, it's all seasons, all the time. On this episode of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, I'm stuck inside this diesel fuel tank. Look, I'm the helicopter. Who needs satellite XM radio? We're exploring the exciting world of factory AM radios. Tesla, Schmesla. We're exploring the electrifying world of golf carts. Help, get me out of here. I'm not kidding. Please help me. It's three-wheeled fun in the midnight sun. Woo-hoo! Help me.
under layers of muck. Now, 3 of the best car detailing teams in the country are taking on the grind to get these cars back on the road. In just 2 days, they'll turn these piles of trash and rat to stacks of cash.
It's like a different car.
This is dirty old cars.
Where are we headed to today? Well, we're going to see my buddy Bradley Chapman. What's he got? He's got this 1981 Camaro Z28. You're not from the generation I'm from, right? No, I'm young. Yeah, you're young. Sir, you're quite old. Yeah, I'm older. Quite exquisite. But for me, it's memories. My name is Jamie Buchanan. I'm the owner and operator of Visual Protection in Morganton, North Carolina.
Caleb, I started working for Jamie when I was 15. It's the only job I've ever had, and I hope that it's the only job that I will ever have.
It will be. I started Visual Perfection 30 years ago in my grandfather's garage. We are a small town detailing operation. We can fix pretty much whatever problem that they have.
Sometimes that is a blessing, other times it might be a curse.
So, hey man, what's up? Good
to see you, Caleb. Rather nice to meet you.
The car's back this way. You got your work cut out for you right here.
We do.
Oh my gosh. Good night. That's nice and dirty, but nice and dirty. But gracious, look at how big the dirt is, man.
Ridiculous.
We got this white Camaro at the auction right around the early 2000s, about when I got my license. I drove it for a little bit and then let it collect dust from where it was.
Here, you look at it. So what do you say?
Tom and Jerry been running around here and he just made him poop on himself.
This is a rat house.
Mold, and more mold.
So, do you have a number, or you got something to work towards, or?
I think we're going to ask around 5.
Yeah. What about the blue truck? What's going on with that?
We can take a look at it.
Yeah.
Alright, this is a 65 Ford F100. It's just as dirty.
Oh, yeah. That's what caught my eye. Oh, hey.
Shit right.
Hey.
Caleb, you're up,
Yeah, Caleb, you're on that. Is it safe to open the door? Cut it.
Shoot.
Yeah. Dirty girl inside and out. Rough on the lungs.
Sell this one as well.
I don't think we want to sell this. I would like to keep this in, maybe pass it on to one of my kids.
All right, so what if we make a package deal? I would like to be about 42 for the Z28. What if I clean the truck? I detail it and clean it the best that I can for free, and then we kind of got 2 birds, 1 stone. You know what I mean? I got me something. I did something for you. $4,200.
If you clean that up, it sounds about right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
I like it. I'm good.
Sounds good. Appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate it. That's how you make a deal. Bradley wanted $5,000 for this Camaro, but I got it for $4,200. All I got to do is come back in a few weeks, pick up this Ford F100, give it the mother of all detailings. It's a win-win, baby.
Right there.
Wow. That boy's telling the tale. Gymnastic. That smells like weak old baby poop and rat poop. It looks like there's rat poop in it for Biggins.
There's plenty of it.
Yeah, Biggins. Yeah, that's Sasquatch. This Camaro is so cool. But listen, there's a lot of things we've got to do to get her back in shape. First, we're going to power wash and obliterate the dirt. Second, we'll clean the tires and the rims. Third, we'll decontaminate the paint. And last, we need to save the seats and the carpet. guns are coming. We need the iron eater. It smells awful. But how you know it's working is it turns purple.
It smells like death.
Iron eater is like this snotty gel-like substance. Once it starts running, it's breaking the metal and the debris off the paint and washing completely off the car. Alright, we'll lift it up, let's start stripping the interior. Alright, let's get it. Wow, there's rat nests.
They built a little condominium back here, haven't they?
It smells like a crib keeper. The Camaro is really starting to look amazing on the outside, but we're on to the inside now. And the smell is so bad in this car that it's absolutely atrocious. Now for a good pre-vac over here. Even though the dirt is made of a protective layer over the carpet of this thing, we're going to have to use bioenzyme to make sure that we get the mold out of this, to make sure it gives it a fresh, clean scent and not a massive botanical scent. So this is kind of a unique situation on this Camaro. You know, when you play in the dirt, how it dries your hands out? The same. Blisters. It's calloused up, so it's popped open. So we're going to steam, we're going to clean that, we're going to open up those pores to clean it out. So now we're giving it the moisturizer that it needs to take it back in. It's going to lay into there and just make a nice texture. We're just going to lay in there and be what it needs to be.
Good thing is it went from a crib keeper to the Bath and Body Works.
Alright, boys. So we're putting the final touches on this V28 before a potential buyer stops by later this afternoon. But first, I've called Bradley to come and take a look at this thing so he can see what's been sitting in his garage all of these years. You're not going to believe this thing. Are you ready?
Can't wait.
All right, boy.
Great, dude.
Wow.
I never thought that it would turn out that good. This thing looks sharp.
That is truly night and day.
Oh, yeah.
Truly night and day. We decontaminated the outside of the car in the wash process. We took the layers of skin off this snake, then we polished and brought it back up. That's what gives it such a shine and such a gloss.
Brings back a few memories. I think my cousin was talking about this thing.
I know he would. Look at this.
Man. Yeah, that smells 10 times better, right?
I took everything out of it. We really opened the pores up that stuff so we could get that stench out where the rats that have their Taj Mahals everywhere.
I think from the time we got it to now, I feel like this is probably the cleanest it's ever been.
This guy is actually going to be coming this afternoon to look at this thing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, we might not have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah? I'll just take it back.
So I bought it for $4,200. I would think for you, $7,500.
Man, you just got this thing 2 days ago.
Now look, we didn't just work 8 to 5. You know, we were working 8 to 8.
Yeah, I mean, I really like it. Maybe we can make a deal around 65.
That's great. I ain't even swapped the tie up yet.
That makes less paperwork. We're good to go, right?
That sounds great, man.
I appreciate it.
I know, I appreciate it. This was a fantastic deal. I bought the Camaro for $4,200. I sold it back to Bradley for $6,500. And I made $2,300 in profit in just 2 days. And I'm still going to pick up this Ford F-100 in a few weeks. Listen, it's a win-win all day long.
I'm not kidding. Whatever broke wasn't my fault. And I'm new. This sucks. This is Red's Detail Company. We're located in Marietta, Georgia.
I chose Noxie as a business partner just because he provides a contrast to what I provide, so there's a nice balance.
That's what I was saying. I talk about.
Yeah.
We don't typically buy and flip cars, but we always do our best to make them look damn good. And today, we have a woman looking to do just that for the 72 Maverick.
All right. So it's been sitting up for a minute since 2019. We need to get it cleaned up.
Is April this sleep this spring on Hallmark Plus?
Hey, ladies!
Wow, spruce up your place with new episodes Thursdays.
Stay high, stay safe, stay motivated, everybody. Have a good night, good day.
Sounds like you did a little bit of fun. Hey,